And good evening, and welcome to tonight's stream, and I am definitely looking forward to it. I made a post on Twitter today saying, hey, you know, already spent 17 hours playing Pathfinder Kingmaker. I have to go to work in about a half an hour. Is there a way I can take a week off? Unfortunately, there was no way. My next vacation is not for another three weeks. And then you guys get me every day. But no, so I've been looking for this all night. So I got off at work just after 5, had dinner. But I do want to say thanks to Judge Judy Slayer for the follow. I really do appreciate it. I am looking so much forward to this playthrough. So we're gonna go right into it. But I also want to make a note. I got Pathfinder Pathfinder Wrath of the Righteous preloaded. So I got the email because I was part of the Kickstarter. So they emailed all the people that got a key through the Kickstarter saying you can upload or preload the Wrath of the Righteous today. So, but you can't play it until I think it's 12 o'clock on September the 2nd. With that said, we're not going to go right into it anyway because we're just playing through Kingmaker now, and we got the DLCs to also go through. So we've got at least another week and a half worth of gameplay to just on Kingmaker, which, you know, gives them enough time to get all those errors out and patch them all up. So when we get there, hopefully the week 1 patch is already done and it's a little bit of a smoother ride. So looking forward to that. All right, let's load her up. Oh goodness. So if you were here yesterday, you would have noticed that we got a lot done. We played for a good 7.5 to 8 hours yesterday, and we did a lot of the main questing. We still did a lot of map discovery, and we did quite a bit of the main story. We got to the point where now ready to kill the Stag Lord. I still have 20 days left till I have to kill him, so I'm wondering if I just want to go to some of the areas I haven't completed yet because I didn't have enough party members or high enough level to do so, and just take the opportunity to clean that up before I end up going all the way down to kill him, because that gives us more XP and maybe more items. So I'm thinking we might just do that to start. I'm hoping to kill the Stag Lord tonight though, as well. I think it's 18 days. I'll double check when we get in. So let's see, how many more days do we have? 14 days. I got less than 2 weeks, because I want to do these two here at the very least. So let's get over to this one first, just to clear them out. We have lifted the fog, but I'm guessing the game won't lift the fog actually until we've killed the Stag Lord. Okay, so this one was the mobs that I wasn't able to kill. I think it was like level 2 when I walked in here. Oh, yeah, okay, sorry. That's what it was. It was the Manticore. Okay. Let's get our armor on. Move up over here. Can you attack it? I'll punch it from afar. All right, Lethorc. Let's shake its bones. 24 damage. Man, this Manticore is going down a lot easier than it did before. I can't rush it. All right, here it comes.
like as one.
Valerie. All right.
I'll cut you.
Cut him. Good job. Yep.
Consider me provoked.
I missed. Soften up some more.
Unworthy.
Unworthy. All right, Amiri.
Tear them apart.
There we go. Oh man, just saying, this is so much easier than it was last time we were here. Nothing? Really? A dueling sword. Okay, so I'll take this. Does it say on? No, it's just a dueling sword. It's only worth 5 gold. Well, nothing I want. The belt is probably what I wanted, but we'll go check it out in a second. Just look around for any hidden treasures.
All according to plan.
Okay, no, I think that was really about it. Okay, so what was the belt? Probably +1 strength, +2 dex. Oh, okay. Who's a primary dex user? Olivia. There you go. Right. For measures agility and reflexes and balance, yeah. Such as bows or slings. Is also useful who never wear light or medium armor. Range attacks made with bows, crossbows, range spells like Scorching Ray and Searing Light. Alright, so yeah, we'll give that's a good match. Okay, so that's cleared out. Let's go to the next area. Leave. That was easy. Official cleared. All I wanted. Now down to here. This one here is a cave that I almost completed, but there's this pesky what do you call them? School of spiders that kept killing me, and I was having a hard time with the second one. Our second set of them. I'm so glad monsters don't respawn. This makes it so much easier. Here they come.
That is not far.
Okay, face the right way. Beautiful.
You cannot stand against me.
There we go. These guys, the spider swarm. I hate them so much. There's actually like 2 of them in here. Okay, what's he got on him right now? Spell combat, spell strike, and I just put arcane weapon enhancement.
Die for me.
0. Shoot. Okay. What happens if I shoot them with magic missiles? Nothing. Does acid do anything to them? Missed.
Wretched things.
Immune.
Do not falter.
Missed, of course.
They go down.
Immune. So, what are... So let's see here. Vermin. 18 experience points. So here we go. Repulsion charm, critical hits, precision damage spells with targets, physical damage from a weapon, combat maneuvers. Wow. Okay. On space. So basically combat in general. Will this work? He missed anyway. A shocking grasp, right? I figured that might work. Burning hands I know works, so this is gonna hit my whole party. Right, so what do we got? Come on, acid. There we go. Acid works. As long as I get them killed, I'm fine. They're immune to it. Ugh.
Onwards!
You missed anyway.
His body holds no more.
Okay, I'm gonna have to heal. Try one more time with burning hands. Works. Okay. Beautiful. So now I'm gonna have to heal. Here comes another swarm. Okay, so see if I can hit them in advance or miss. Oh shit, there's another swarm? Oh god, this is gonna hurt a lot. Octavia, you hit this one. And you miss. That's wonderful. Okay. Secure critical. Oh no, inflict critical. There we go. Shield up.
Stay behind me.
And miss.
Bring it.
You take him out. There you go. Here comes a swarm. I should move Jathael. Do it. Missed. Shit. Gotta take these swarms out fast. Try acid. Because they go right through the other, so I can have like two swarms just attacking us, and they'll take us right out. You're gonna need to get healed soon.
Let us strike as one.
Of course you miss.
They go down.
At least you hit it. Try burning hands again. There we go. That worked. Okay. Ah, come on, Lothor. There we go. At least you hit it for 3. I'll take it. Heal you.
Do not falter.
Missed. All right. Swarm time. Oh, what happened to the swarm? Ah, you missed. come on, Lethork. I should have blessed earlier, but there.
Onwards! Bring it!
There we go. Okay, come on. There we go. God, I hate those swarms so much. Oh, Valerie.
Give the order.
She's stuck.
As it should be.
Okay, what do we got? Orc double axe. Potion cure moderate wounds. Cool. Alright, we'll take all of that.
In due time.
Can I leave with her
I'm
stuck
sure.
here? Oh, she's... What's this? Encumbrance. Or are you encumbered? I don't understand. Oh, your strength. What is going on here? Strength damage. It can be restored by resting or with help of a lesser restoration spell or more specific or more powerful magic. Okay. So I have lesser restoration. If I use it. Oh, it did. To 2. To 0. 14. 15. Oh, okay, so you have to use them multiple times. I didn't actually understand that. Now I do. Took 5 scrolls just to cure her. Okay. Can we get these again?
Forget it.
Lord check failed.
Ugh, won't work.
Time's not waiting. I can't.
Oh, nature lore. Who's got nature lore?
One shouldn't brag about a big sword if they can't carry one.
Characters. You got +7. Okay, so I'm Miri. Oh, she was the one trying for it.
Ugh, won't work. Forget it. Ugh, won't work.
Alright, well. I'm not gonna kill her on that, so it is what it is. Well, at least we can now say we completed the 2 areas that have been nagging me for a while. There's at least 1 or 2 other ones elsewhere. I'm not going to go wandering the map looking for them just yet. Okay, well, let me tell you, this is a good time to rest. 32.
I wonder, is it the constant cold that makes northern barbarian brains work so slowly? Or is it that the tribes are so secluded that they've become incestuous?
I wonder too. Our old ones start drooling around 90. But you elves live for hundreds of years. How much idiocy do you save up in your heads over the ages?
Right. Well. See, this is the lowland. A gloomy, soggy lowland leaping was into the swamp. This place, the swamp is dangerous on its own, but it tends to be attract monsters and unpleasant creatures. Riverine Rise. So we're coming all the way down here. We still haven't finished this here, but I'm hoping we'll have more time. Actually, we could do it now. There isn't much to search in there. Quick hop over. Like, we've done the dungeon, so it's just the top portion, because there's one mob I want to kill in here that we haven't done yet. Or I shouldn't say kill, I should say put to rest. Okay, so we've done all this, been in here, gone up here, done all that area. I think the one I'm thinking about is right here. And then there's this area I have to finish up and around there. So let's go here first. Okay, save it. There you are. Okay, healing touch for you. Thor,
Ready for anything?
shake its bones. Give it a punch. Okay. Plus. Wait, can you rush it? Yes. Okay. Oh, shoot. Man. Not what I thought would happen.
Stay behind me.
All right. Enlarge. I want you. No, I don't know if I want you up front. That might be a bad idea. Oh, missed. That got it.
Tear them apart!
You missed? Oh, you still got it. Okay.
Let us strike as one.
It's half health. So that's good, right? Only 7 points of damage. Still better than nothing. Oh, nice punch. Okay, we're gonna want to cure critical. Or moderate wounds, that is.
Avenge me.
And it kills her anyway.
They go down!
Amari! Okay. Only one more hit will kill it. Punch it. There we go. Beautiful. Engraved silver pendant. Silver pendant found tied to a branch on the shambling mound. The name is Bertha engraved upon it. Okay, and emerald. 500 gold. Nice. And we've already searched this corpse and read the document on it, so let's head over here. Oh, right, up here is the wolves. I remember now. remember what was up there. Over here is the Megala whatever thingamajiggy. Okay. Yes, heal her.
I'm listening.
You have nothing. So wait, do I have cure light wounds? No, I don't. Do that. Use that. Really? That did nothing for you. There you go. Okay.
Focus on the goal.
Yeah.
Enemy approaching.
The Thork always starts the fight. Where is she? Oh, right there. I haven't used color spray. Nice. Do I really? Yeah, you know what? Go for it. Good job. Good hit. Nice.
Despicable.
Okay, let's throw a snowball.
Yes.
Spell was lost due to arcane spell failure.
Do not falter.
Use one of those for like nothing. There we go. Got him. I got it.
Bleed for me. Bring it.
Ooh. Oh, Mari. It hurts every time I see you do that.
Advance. This is for you.
Oh, attack of opportunity. I didn't realize they were that close.
Onwards.
This should do it.
Might have if you didn't miss.
Tear them apart.
There we go. What's this guy got? Skin it. Nothing. Well,
Follow my lead.
hoping there'd be more than just that. All right, well, let's eat them for dinner. Be a bigger fish to fry in the morning.
It was quite interesting, with pictures. I think it was called Jade Wand Unlocks Jasper Gates. Too bad I couldn't steal it. But I remember a few pictures.
I think I know which book you're talking about. Are you suggesting we try it?
We will be victorious.
Oh, who are we attacking? Oh. A lizard. Failed.
Unworthy.
I love my skeletons. Of course it would attack her.
Stay behind me.
Wouldn't attack a skeleton.
A calculated risk.
I'll cut you. Let's see what your entrails look like.
Back to camp. We'll collect it in the morning. All right, what do we got? More lizard meat? Yeah. Oh, what's this? Overgrowth.
Your wish is
Interesting.
granted.
I did as you asked. Done and done. I did as you asked.
Ah, okay.
In due time.
Don't think I've been here yet. Just leather. Oh, unidentified. Okay, we'll collect that.
Strike is one.
Time for fun.
Oh shit! I didn't realize.
Look at me, Gorum!
I actually didn't even realize that they were just sleeping. I thought they were dead.
They go down!
All right, well, whatever.
I'll fight if I have to.
Do not falter.
Kill a necromancer, please. Thank you.
Bring it.
You can't stop me.
Die for me.
This will hurt.
There we go. I was actually surprised. That caught me off guard. I actually thought that they were dead. I didn't realize they were just sleeping. Ale, healing potion, alchemist fire. So basically grenades. Unidentified bracers. This is okay. So this is just normal. It's a heavy crossbow. Take the chocolate. Definitely take the ale. Everything else I really don't care about. Except for this wonderful pouch that has milk in it. Yeah. Okay. Oh, and this one here. Got a whole bunch of other stuff. More milk. Hey, you guys got any hidden treasure? No? Alright, let's see what we got. Masterwork dagger. Oh yeah, I was gonna give a dagger to Octavia. Use that as weapon number 2. Oh, she can wear this. Leather +1. She's already wearing chain shirt +1, so no, never mind. This is bracers +1. She can use the additional armor. And I think that's really about it. Orc double axe. No one's really using it. Could probably sell it, I guess. Than that. Yeah, nothing else. Okay. Oh, hey, still.
That
Extra
is not
piece of
far.
armor is an extra piece of armor. Let's get back to the other side. Okay. Now we're coming up on the part that's going to be interesting. The beast before you is unusually large, and its eyes, especially angry. Its menacing grin might almost be taken for a smirk. Greetings, traveler. Before you draw your weapon, I wish to say I see no reason for feuding between us. We might even be of some use to each other. Wait, why is this wolf talking? Is it magical or something? I am no wolf, female. I'm a warg. Surprisingly, you could live to your age without learning the difference. Well, it's never too late to teach a lesson to an insolent two-legged morsel. The beast slowly licks its lips. Who are you calling a morsel, you pelt? Amiri glares at the beast, her hand on her sword. You say we can be useful to each other. Bring me some delicious 3 or 4 bodies will be enough. And I, as some gratitude, will tell you where the old traveler buried chest is. Old traveler, you say? Very old, lean, and flavorless traveler. The warg grins, almost smiling. If you're hungry, then hunt. I see you have no point interfering with the natural order of things. Well, as you wish, but consider my offer. You may not yet think of something. What do you know of the war between the kobolds and the mites? Only that my pack enjoys it. The warg snorts and licks his lips. Of course, I only eat fresh meat. Who are you? You may call me Baruch. I've lived here far longer than the rulers of those foolish tribes. I've seen much and eaten many. Right, we're not going to start a chat where every stray mutt we come across. We cannot leave such dangerous animals to live in our future land. Slay the beast. Good, I love fresh meat.
You should be.
Okay. Let's see what we got. Bless. Get that going. Miri.
Tear them apart!
Nice hit. So it did very little damage to him. That was 22 damage. Ouch. See, this is armor check penalty. We'll do that.
Onwards!
You're just gonna miss. Shake his bones. Okay. Cast enlarge on. I say Amiri. Because a giant barbarian is just intimidating idea on its own. There's wolves coming out of the woodworks. Okay, I want to get the bigger wolf down first. Really? It missed? Oh, that was rude.
They go down!
Oh, you missed! Take him out first. Okay, well, don't kill him.
Stay behind me.
Crack his bones. Okay. Octavia, punch him in the snout. Good. He's halfway done. I figured they'll probably start going. Oh, she's down? Oh no, she's just.
This won't kill me.
Oh, that's just great. I should have used my wand. Oh no, I don't want to stand up because then they all get attack of opportunity. Oh, that was nice.
Let us strike as one.
Can you give him the killing hit? Close. Okay. Nice. Now we just gotta survive the lesser wolves.
I'm all right.
Okay, use your wand this time. There we go. Stay down. You can afford to. There we go. The rest of us will clean up the top here.
Do not falter.
Well, except for Valerie. Okay, they missed.
Despicable.
Still a good solid hit. No, you're staying down.
I'll cut you.
Good job. 2 left.
Onwards.
Finally, Valerie. That was amazing. 1 left. I expect Lethork to do it, but...
Consider me provoked.
Okay, so he's got 1 hit. Missed.
Advance.
Take him out. There we go. Unidentified amulet. Take that. Skin them. Collect the skins. Okay, let's take a look up here. Alright, alright. There's nothing here? Nope, that's a dead end. Okay. So I think we now officially finished this area. So we can start heading out. I cleared this area a long time ago. And we cleared this area out. So yeah, this is all done. What is the amulet though? Mighty fists +1. Be great for somebody that, you know, was in our party that was unarmed or does unarmed combat. Just run down the list here. We'll take the meat. And yep, leave. Okay, so let's head over to here and we'll camp before going in to the Stag Lord's Keep. Actually, before we do, no, let's camp. Yeah. Actually, can I? No, I can't. Okay, yeah, that's fine.
Once I return to Numeria, I don't know what I'll do there. Maybe I'll find my former owners and grind them to dust. Or maybe just walk the streets as a free person. I just need to get back and close that chapter of my life.
Beautiful. Good sleep before a big battle. Saving it. There we go. Big Gungar sizes up the Stag Lord's fort from afar. Then he looks at you and shakes his head with a smirk. Well, we're here. A handful of lunatics are about to assault a whole fortress stuffed with bandits armed to the teeth, who have been keeping the entire region under their boot. Truth be told, I wouldn't bet a copper bit on us right now. You'd have to be a complete psycho to do so. So, damn right I'm with you. Ha ha ha. If we somehow make it out of this alive, I'm smothering you with kisses. I'm glad I wasn't wrong about you. Smother me with kisses, I might just hold you that. I like your enthusiasm, but let's cut out the inappropriate advances. No, we'll do number 1. Yes, forward, let's go, let's show them. Okay. How big is this map? Oh, it's big.
As it should be. Our victory is certain.
Is this undead? Oh yeah, zombies.
This is for you.
Missed. The zombie's not coming after us. Wait, I think that was a very dumb question on my part. There's zombies.
I'll fight if I have to.
Nice hit. That was a close one.
I'm not doing it wrong. The spell is flawed.
Let's try this way.
I didn't kill it? Oh my god.
You can't stop me.
Reduce to 0.
Die for me.
I'm not doing it wrong. The spell is flawed.
This is gonna take a while. Look at all the zombies we gotta fight through. Looks like just 3 zombies now. Missed concealment.
Bleed for me.
It's gonna take a while just to get all of these zombies. The rain's pretty intense too. Time to catch up, Octavia.
Fear me.
Bring it!
This should do it.
Concealment. Hit him. Ah.
This is for you!
There we go. At least you hit him.
I'll cut you.
Tear them apart!
A calculated risk.
Stay behind me! Ah!
Okay. I didn't mean to have that. Why is it using that as a default spell?
Wretched things.
I'll fight if I have to.
Die for me. Show me your
There we go.
heart.
They go down!
All according to plan.
Just mapping it out.
To victory!
Damn, this guy's got a lot of zombies in the area.
This will hurt.
Oh, this one's got a sword and shield this time. They've leveled up. Wanted to see how far I was to level 5.
You can't stop me.
Let's try this way.
Nice. Wonder if I'm gonna run into a vampire soon. Or a lich. Wow, that was a pretty nice hit. Oh, zombie lord. Oh.
Consider provoked.
Nice.
This should do it.
And the zombie lord has been taken down. Does that count? At least we got one lord down, right?
Bleed for me.
Get him. Oh, shoot. I didn't mean to pass on.
This is for you.
A calculated risk.
Figured I'd miss. That's fine. Oh. Oh, yeah. She's already undead. It doesn't matter.
Hear me.
Let us strike as one.
There we go.
Unworthy.
All right, Octavia. What do you got?
I'll fight if I have to.
There you go.
This will hurt.
Well, at least you hit it for one.
I'll cut you.
Do not falter.
Nice. All right, Amiri.
You can't stop me.
Let's try this way.
It was 0 and then 1. Just a little bit closer. There we go.
For me.
What do you got on the body? Masterwork and just a heavy. I'll take the masterwork for now, but
Due time.
another zombie. Ancient ruins with signs of more recent but likewise destroyed buildings. It seems that someone tried to settle here before the bandits.
Face me if you dare. Consider me provoked.
Bring it.
Oh, she can get to it. Nice. Oh, it looks like the rain's letting up. Oh, nice. Now it will make it less painful. Oh, another zombie lord. Oh, geez, he could really walk. Well, I suppose that makes sense. So they'll start moving faster now that the rain's stopped. Another zombie lord. Oh, there's 3 zombie lords in here. We're still all blessed. No, hearty meal. Move you to here. Give everybody a blessing.
This is for you!
Okay, there's a lot of zombies now. Let's take this one out.
Bleed for me.
Okay, give some more. Okay, so the red circles must be the zombie lords.
Onwards.
Okay, that's half. Yeah. Okay, so those are zombie lords. Yeah, that's fine.
Things.
Oh, you missed. So unlike you.
This spell doesn't work like that.
Yeah, it does. It's just he's out of sight.
This spell doesn't work like that. This spell doesn't work.
Oh, they're undead, so I can't use it. Makes sense.
I'll fight if I have to.
There we go. All right, Amari. Take him out. Or just miss. Mari. You're not Valerie. Come on. Okay, so I want to do. Yeah, let's do that. Probably don't have to, but oh my god, really? There's zombies. How can you miss? It's not like they have great dodge stats. They just shamble slowly to the left or right and you miss?
Stay behind me.
Valerie. That I expect that from you. Okay. Well, let's.
Despicable.
There you go. Take him out.
This should do it.
Oh my god, really? Reduced to 0. Yeah, that's wonderful.
You can't stop me.
There you go, 6 points. Mari.
Bring it.
Beautiful. You've made up for it. I forgive you now. The zombies don't, though. There we go. Ragungar. That is a solid hit.
Let us strike as one.
And Valerie, keep missing away. Let's go help out Ragungar. Beautiful. In the crowd a little bit if we can.
Consider me provoked.
0. There we go, Mari. Ding.
I'll cut you.
Good. 3 left.
Do
You
not
can hit him?
falter.
Oh, you hit him. You didn't kill him, but you hit him.
Unworthy.
Yeah.
This spell doesn't work like that.
Beautiful. Octavia, punch him in the head and see if it falls off. Not even. The solid spinal cord he's got there.
Go down!
Mari definitely showed it.
Die for me.
Well, yeah, he lived long enough to have one more hit.
Wretched things.
That was a lot of zombies.
Follow my lead.
Masterworks. I'm not gonna loot these. 723 gold? Yeah. Okay, so I saw Fisher here. Another one of those dog tags. Okay, so this is the corner.
Far.
Let's save, because that was a lot of zombie fights that we had to get through. Okay, so we've done this much. Wonder if we're still in the courtyard. We must be, since that looks like the outline fence.
This requires your attention.
There it is. Another dog tag. We've got quite a bit of these. Trying to avoid as much of the wall as I can, just because I don't want to get aggro right away. I'm not sure what to expect. Those were the zombies from earlier. And this is where we came in from. Yeah. All right, let's go this way.
In due time.
Running won't help you.
Oh, these things are easy. No. Nope, stay up here. Not gonna waste anything here. We'll make them come to us. Just
This is for you.
there we go.
A calculated risk.
There. Now they should run over to us. And we'll just squash them now. Arrows 1
I'll fight if I have to.
and 2.
All according to plan.
Okay, so here's the entrance.
As it should be.
Go around. Obviously nobody in the tower, because they would already know we're here. Okay.
That is not far.
Stop! Who's there? A sentry calls out to you lazily and obviously an obvious demonstration of how self-assured the bandits here are. I bring a message from the river camp at Kiros. You're waiting for new recruits, right? I was told to introduce myself to the Stag Lord. Failed bluff. Ha! I know about recruits like you. Get out of here before I call my commander. Bring a message. Wait, what? Those might steal the Stag Lord's wine again? Fine, go on, give your report.
We've down better ones.
Wait, that was all it was? I couldn't like walk all the way in? Damn it. Shaking in your boots, are you?
Bring it!
Oof.
Despicable.
Despicable.
You can't stop me.
Ouch, almost killed him right out. Left him with 1 hit point.
Onward!
Can you hit him for 1 hit point? No, you can't. That's just too much to ask for.
Bleed for me.
This will hurt.
You'll miss.
Tear them apart!
What you guys got? Sword skill. Nothing worth worrying about.
Enemy approaching.
Ooh. Alchemist, a bard. Okay, who's up? Nikki larger than life. Take front. Hideous laughter. Bless. Shield. Wait a minute.
The weak suffer.
Ooh.
I endure.
Ooh, that's gotta hurt. Who we got now? Can you run at anybody? No, you can't. Go this way.
Fear me.
There we go.
Comes.
Okay. Punch the archer. Only 1 point of damage?
Stay behind me!
Okay.
Taya.
Hmm.
Ona Arayana.
Yeah, figured. Okay. Get him down. Really? Come on, Amiri.
Assist me or lose me.
Hmm. No.
Avenge me. So, Taya.
Advance.
Okay. There we go.
Bring it.
Bring it. Oh, really? Why are you missing?
Can't be over.
Damn it. Okay, here he comes. It hit Octavia.
This was not
Oh, he hit
part
me.
of the plan.
Tear them apart.
Mary. All right. Before we knock on the door, let's have a camp. See what happens if we camp here.
The whole crusade must be chasing you. No one likes the undead, especially when they're as insolent as you.
And half the Technic League is hunting you down. But so what? I might not like you, but anyone foolish enough to pursue our party will die the instant our paths cross.
True. Beautiful. Oh, it's nighttime too. Maybe that'll give us a little bit of
All according to
advantage.
plan.
Probably not, but you know. I'm an envoy of Restov and Sellswords. Inform the sailor that we're here to fight him. If he's as fierce as rumors say, he'll accept my challenge. So what? I gotta go wake up the commander? These Restovic challengers just keep coming. Make me run in, report to the commander, then clean up their corpses. Alright, fine. Just wait here. I'll go talk to the commander. Really? That's all I had to do?
Does Jamandi, the Wolf of Restov, think so little of me, sending such a dimwit? Did you really think I'd just fight you? Hey, idiots, cut him up. These lands are mine. I won't let you take them from me.
Oh wow. Oh, we're so dead. I'll make do with what I got. Invisibility. Ooh, that's a nice trick.
Go.
All right, Octavia. Large Amari.
Tear them apart! They go down!
Expect the vote. Oh, nice. Why did they attack a the owl bear? Okay, so
Unworthy.
Let us strike as one.
figured you miss. Trying to understand why they're attacking an owl bear.
Calm down. Not dead yet.
No, I will be now.
This was not part of the plan.
That poor beast.
I'll cut you.
I wonder if I have to save the owl bear. Okay, so obviously that's not what we want to do. I'm not going to sit here and see how that battle goes because I know I'm going to lose anyway.
All according to plan.
Share your will.
Okay, and this one.
Together we are unstoppable.
Do those stack? They do. No? There we go. Let's shake him up a little bit.
This spell doesn't work like that.
Oh, it'll attack doesn't start till we get in.
To victory!
There we go. Rude.
Unworthy.
Okay, no.
Let us strike as one.
Amari.
I'll cut you.
Okay.
Tear them apart!
Can't believe you missed.
This body holds no more.
Nice.
Wretched things.
Do not falter.
Consider me provoked.
Nice.
Die for me.
This should do it. A calculated risk.
Calculated miss. Okay, what do you guys got? Nothing.
In due time.
Okay, back up for a second.
You have my attention.
Heal yourself.
Auditur. Amaranda gratior. Magritium turinos.
Okay, F5 there. So owl bear gives me an idea.
We will prevail.
Bleed for me.
Oh, she's still enlarged.
Fear me.
There we go.
Despicable.
Despicable. Nice. Yes.
Onwards.
Good hit. Good hit. There we go. Beautiful shot.
Advance.
Alarm! We're the Stag Lord!
Bring it.
This is for you.
What do they got? We'll take this. Great sword, hide armor. Okay, nothing of importance. F5 before we move.
I did as you asked.
Engraved bracelets. Okay. Do I want to exit out here just to see if I could rest? Check our healing. Okay. Just exhaust what I can before I walk back in there. What did we pick up? Axe +1. Amulet of Fists. That's just engraved. Oh, light armor. Who wears light armor in our group? I don't think anybody does. Yeah, because they're all wearing chain. He's wearing a normal chain. It's better than that anyway. Okay. 5. Let's go back in. Oop.
I need a challenge.
Gotta nip away at his forces. That's essentially what I'm doing.
Not afraid.
Okay, let's wait for them to show over or come over here. You're not gonna make it there in time. to come around. That's fine. Lethork. Grab him.
Unworthy.
Tear them apart!
There we go. One down.
They go down!
I'll cut you.
Two down. Knock them down. Can you hit them?
Strike is one.
There you go. You get handicap hits.
Wretched things.
It's two.
Despicable.
Die for me.
Oh no.
I'll fight if I have to.
There we go. Save that.
That is not far. As it should be.
Oops, not F9. There we go. Move the boxes.
Servant.
Oh, I see.
Done and done.
What for gold?
Ah, shit. So, they're pretty much gonna have to run all the way around. Alright, so if that's the case... let's move to here. Yeah, the only thing would be the archers. And casters. Move back out to the courtyard. There we go. By moving over to here, it should also force their archers to come this way. Some of them are out of range, so I guess they're not moving. Okay, so move here. Hold your ground. I want you, Valerie, right there. Hold your ground. Lethor, move here. Okay, now they're advancing around the corner. Alright, so let's get you over here. The further away from the range will force the archers over. Octavia, you can go here, but now you can actually attack. Okay, let's see what the archers are going to do. Yeah. Okay, so that's exactly what I wanted. Forcing the archers to come around now.
Bring it!
Okay.
Bleed for me.
Bleed for me.
Do not falter.
You're just gonna miss every single time. It's like written into your code.
Advance.
Take him out.
Yeah.
Or not. You're close. Acid. Nice.
Tear them apart!
Oh, you missed. I can still hear them moving around the map. There we go.
I'll cut you.
I'll gut you.
Onwards.
Beautiful. Okay, set up for another round. Nope. Oh, that's not what I wanted to do. Whatever. Okay, move back a little. I want Valerie to take the initial aggro. Okay, who's the archer? I heard him. Oh, you are. Okay. Move back a little bit. Okay, so those two are archers here and here. Oh shit, hold person.
Die for me.
Okay. Cast a spell. I just got a message. 1 second. Oh.
Unworthy.
10 points. Try acid again. Good.
They go down!
Okay, so the archers are doing their thing. They get double shot apparently. Damn, that was a nice critical hit. Okay, now we're gonna want to kill the cleric.
Bleed for me.
Good.
Stay behind me.
And the cleric is down. Wolf is now active. Okay, so there's 2 wolves on the field.
Wretched things.
Acid to the face. Nice. It's like a little killing field here. All right. Now we're gonna have to take care of those archers. You can't make it. Go get him, boy. Let's shake him to the bone. Good 21 points of damage. You're gonna stay here. Shoot him, Octavia. Beautiful. You can run at him. Just to change shirt. What these guys got? Long swords, daggers, master clubs, breastplate.
In due time.
All right, we need to head out and heal and regain our spells. Just save. And let's go.
All according to plan.
It is so strange watching people play this turn-based. Honestly, it's the only way that I'm able to play it. So, like, I've played without turn-based, where you just press the space bar and pause when it's your turn. Or you can automate spell messages or spells and so forth, and the person will go ahead and do it. I don't know. It just feels more comfortable for me. I might try it on the other mode, but
you said we'd get out and live. And
I'm just so used to turn-based.
And we're living.
Oh, that was a good sleep. Okay, let's go in. Oh, it's raining again? It would suck if it reset because I went outside to sleep.
Follow my lead.
I'm not saying it's wrong. I just played 700 hours of Kingmaker before turn-based was added. Oh, I see what you're saying. I see what you're saying. Yeah, I owned Kingmaker back then, but I never played it because I only just kickstarted it. Just never had the opportunity. This is funny enough, the first opportunity I had, and the only reason why I'm really playing it now is because Kingmaker or Wrath of the Righteous comes out on Thursday, which I know I'm not going to complete this. I'm not going to move over to Wrath of the Righteous until I'm done this one. But it was a key indicator that, you know, maybe I should start playing this one before I get to Wrath of the Righteous. Okay, so let's do this.
restless.
Is it? I've only heard the good things about Wrath of the Righteous. To be completely honest, I backstarted Wrath of the Righteous. I got the collector's edition, which I don't know if the physical copies are going to be delivered in time for release, but I can't wait. Unfair mode? Yeah, I don't know if I could do unfair mode yet. I'm not too familiar with this game. Like, I played D&D CRPGs in the past, but this is my first Pathfinder CRPG. So I might need a little bit more time. Yeah, I can't wait to see how that operates. It is definitely an interesting mechanic, and one that I'm looking forward to seeing. Like, don't get me wrong, I haven't even played the Kingmaker stuff here in this game, so Sukodin? Oh, really? Okay. Well, hopefully, cross our fingers, you know. Let me know what you think of it. I'm sure you'll be in the game way before I'm in there, so I'd love to hear your opinion about how it turned out. Did you try the beta at any time? Or were you avoiding beta?
Despicable.
Oh, excuse me. Suikoden was an RPG, came out with a PlayStation that had 107 recruits. Oh, really? Cool. You avoided the beta. Yeah, no, fair enough, fair enough. I saw enough of the beta on Co's stream when they were sort of advertising it, but I've never actually played it myself either. Good critical hit. I'm following again, but when he was playing Wraith. Oh yeah, yeah. It's true. We have to be careful with spoilers. Like, I can't wait for Pathfinder. Or sorry, not Pathfinder. Oh my god, Pathfinder, Wrath of the Righteous, and Pantheon. I can't wait for Pantheon, and every time I see him play it on his stream, I'd be like, I don't know if I want to see this. Yeah, I actually on the stream here played Baldur's Gate 1. Not all the way through. I got as far as I could, but then I had to stop due to IRL reasons. That's something I got to go back into. I know they said that the storylines for 1 and 2, like number 3 isn't based directly off 1 and 2, but there is some cross references to it. So that's as much as I know. But I still feel that for nostalgic reasons, because I haven't played them since I was like 10 years old back in the day, when I had my Commodore 64 and my first PC that was able to play it. You played Act 1? Nice. I'm avoiding it just like I avoided Wrath of the Righteous. Like I've seen the intro and I've seen gameplay, but I just didn't want to go much further than that. Oh, she can't cast this round. Oh, you can't get by.
Bring it!
What's going on here?
I always survive.
Yes, yes, you do. All right, Bard, you're the last one. Oh, back of opportunity, and you miss. Really, Valerie? Okay, so answer me this, since you've played this game so many times. Does Valerie inherently suck? Just curious. Yes, very much so. Okay.
They go down!
She can get good? I hope so. At some point. Like right now, my favorite is Regengar, Jathal, Octavia, and Amiri. As far as that goes right now. Take this. You guys got any plus anything weapons? Octavia and another companion you have are not met. Oh, really? Okay. So there's another companion I haven't met, because I've got 3 companions at Oleg's right now waiting for me. Who are they? It's a cleric that I got from the Lost Temple.
Assist me or lose
2 more companions you have for a number. Oh, okay, yeah, because I was wondering about that. Whoops. Tristan, that's who I'm thinking of. I just met Tristan. Tristan's not actually in my group yet. He's in Oleg's healing. So I think we're just waiting for him to heal up, or till I'm done this part.
As it should be.
Top 4. Who's this guy? Why does this not surprise me? I don't suppose I could just ask you to leave the fort in peace. In the name of Aristil, or whatever deity you swear by. Specific alignment required. Neutral good. This isn't the first time you've tried to speak reasonably with me, Akiros. Now I'm returning the favor. This is your chance to keep your life. Since I first met you, I wondered why a man like you would serve the Stag Lord. You didn't have to serve him to die for him. We could be allies, Akiros. Failed. Apparently not. Oh shit. This whole group joins him too? Oh, I'm so dead. I'm not ready for that. My group is way too hurt for this fight. I wonder if we can scum save this. Be scummy on this. Oh, we did. I'm glad to see that my good manners served me well. Farewell. I hope you live to see the end of the day. Perhaps you'll actually be able to bring some change to these lands. So I wonder if Akiros, we meet him again, since we just spared his life. Ah, that's what I like about you. Just look at him. Such a tough guy before he met you, and now he's running with his tail between his legs like some kind of whipped mutt. Akiros looks at the fort one last time, turns away, never to see it again. Cool. She seems strong, but she is bad. Really? Oh, I like Amiri though. Don't tell me that. Okay, so now I know there's at least a group of bandits right here. Okay, she's the best. Thanks, man. Thanks for appeasing me right now. Because at the moment, she's like one of the best characters I've got in my team. Oh, I didn't loot these. Oh, hello. Wait, go back. Loot here. What we got? Wand of Vanishing and Amulet of Unidentification. A lot of stuff. Some milk. Some of the goods are stained with blood. It's not hard to guess the fate of the owners. Yeah. Okay, so let's rest out here. How long do I have? 8 days left. Jthal is one of my favorite to use, but I don't know if she is recommended. Yeah, she's she's one of my favorite as well. I just love the idea of her character.
I think I should cut my hair even shorter.
Even her communication's good.
You'll look great with any haircut. Even if you shaved your head bald. Maybe we should try that.
Okay, Jthal, you need to heal. Thank you. One more time. There we go. I hate wasting all my healing up front, but gotta do it. I just love the the jabs that they do at her, and what she does at other people for her longevity and being undead.
All according to plan.
It's hilarious. I'm just gonna stand here. Wait till he moves.
You cannot stand
There we go.
against me.
That's what, 1, 2, 3 archers. One illusionist, two bandits. Okay. Get that going. Get your personal shield up. Get your personal shield up. Miri, get mad. Charge! Good job. Alright, enlarge your Miri. Make her look mean. What? I failed? Oh, critical spell failure. Okay, can you run at anybody? No? Really? It's like right in your range too. Maybe run at him. Alright, let's go as close as we can. Her armor class is so high, like it would take a bit to, oh well, except if you hit from behind. Never mind. Maybe that was a bad idea. We want to take this guy out. Okay. Go take him out because Amiri's gonna move. There we go. Oh, he took out his own men. I just realized that. Okay, so you're gonna have to walk over. All right, Amiri. Run him over. There you go. Octavia, punch the illusionist. For 1 point of damage. Give him a bloody nose.
I can't keep this up much longer.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to heal you. There we go. Pesky illusionist is dead. Oh, Jathal. Healing wounds. Hopefully that'll help. And you miss? Arg. Okay, punch him in the face. There we go. Yeah, she's probably dead. Good, good. Don't hit her. Oh, you hit Jathal. Well, that wasn't nice. Let's use this one. Heal her some more. Beautiful. There we go. Took him right out. Alright, Octavia. Acid in the face.
I require
Ouch.
healing.
Ooh.
Wretched things.
There we go. Now we just need to take the archer out. There we go. Not bad. Could have been better. Whole bunch of nothing good. Great axe. Martial proficiency. Only worth 5 gold, and it's just a standard great axe. I'll leave it in there. Okay, let's save. Do you have any healing left? Yeah. What do you got? Use that.
Any fun to be had?
Yeah, can we, you know what? Let's put these away.
I'm better off without it.
Alright, use that. Okay. So what happens if I open the door? The caged owlbear seems to be worried. He growls softly as you approach. It seems strong enough to break the cage door. Try to calm the owlbear down. The owlbear seems to have endured some sort of abuse recently, probably at the hands of a certain druid. It's scared, angry, and wanted to take revenge on its offenders. It seems to understand that you are not one of them, and it probably won't attack you. Step away from the cage. Owlbear will help us fight the Stag Lord. Open the cage, free the owl. Lock the cage securely to prevent the owlbear from escaping. Try killing it quickly. No. Neutral. Wild owlbear caught by the bandits is no longer a threat to us. Okay, so let's go from the left.
How curious.
Yeah, I can see that from a distance. Ooh, a kukri, sorry.
In due time.
All right, so
I'm not afraid.
I see 3. Alarm! Alarm! Call the Stag Lord. Oh, all right. Well, out comes the Stag Lord.
Who dares disturb me while I'm drinking?
No one. Maybe a big owl bear.
These lands are mine. I won't let you take them from me.
Well, that seems unfair. You just poured it to the top there. So does this mean the owlbear is going to break free and help us out? Oh, there's a cleric. I should have hit them first. Whatever. Here comes a rogue. Let's get the cleric out. You can't. Oh my god, you missed.
Let us strike as one.
Okay, you at least hit it. Or hit them. Come little gnome fighters. They look absolutely adorable. Rage for me. Ooh, look at that. Dovan the Nickrosh, whatever. I just want to know where my owlbear is.
Despicable.
Oh, we could fire at this range? Oh, here it comes. Yeah. Insert owlbear. Okay. Let's move up for a second. Right here. And then color spray. And critical fail. What do I keep you around for? He's just going to continue buffing up, isn't he? Okay, so there goes the cleric.
Do not falter.
You're just going to outright miss. Wow, you got a critical... Shocking.
They go down!
Jathel on the wolf. And you miss. Nice. Acid in the face. 2 points of damage. Okay, Lethork. Kill the wolf. Thank you. He's just stacking up the buffs. Okay.
Onwards.
The weak suffer. I endure.
Good hit.
Unworthy.
Beautiful. What was that? Interesting. Right, Octavia. Punch the Stag Lord in the face. Thank you. Clark. Shake his bones. Okay. Ooh, he's after... He gets 3 shots. Okay, we need to make our way to attack him, but he's up there. Which means... Is there a staircase? Because it might be around the corner. That would really suck. You can keep running. Slide. Oop. Okay, so keep...
Wretched things.
Who's this guy? Oh, the owlbear's coming to help. I think. Okay, punch him again. For 1 point of damage. Shake his bones. Ooh, that was nice. Crunchy too.
This can't be over.
I can't keep this up much longer.
Yeah, it's not cool that he's able to pick us off like that. Save against flare.
Stay behind me.
What do we got?
Bring it. This
Oh my god, he just like, yeah, okay, poke, poke. Oh, I love that owlbear. All right, Lethork. Move up slightly. Oh, because I moved, I can't cast what I want to. Bye, Lethork.
Calm down. This was not part of the plan.
Maybe I should just like relented to the owlbear. Where's he going? Can the owlbear attack from there?
Consider me provoked.
Avenge me.
I'm hoping maybe the owlbear will kill him. Oh wow.
I can't. Oh. After so long, I learned to stand.
The Stagler clutches something resembling a charm in his bloody fingers, seemingly placing the last of his hope into it. You hear a snapping sound, and then a dull sigh bursts from the Stagler's chest. I know of the pain you're enduring in your life, but that doesn't excuse the atrocities you committed. So I'm neutral evil. No, I'm chaotic neutral, so I don't have a chaotic neutral option. Your crimes cannot be forgiven. What a wimp. I have no idea why everyone is so scared about you. Okay, well, because I am chaotic, lawful seems... Honesty, the opposite side of where I am. We'll do that.
You know about crimes. I couldn't tolerate. I did everything she...
Nice. Well, we did it. With the help of an owl bear. Thank God. What do we earn from this? Toy dragon. Toy knight. Medium height armor. Nothing special. Do the one down here. Okay, what do you got? Nice bow, helmet. Oh, all your items. There we go. We did it. We killed the Stag Lord. Let's save it because everybody's near death. I'd rather not run into like a surprise party of bandits and die and have to redo that whole thing again.
That is not far.
What's that?
We'll loot that. Who puts a trap by a fireplace?
Now I'm embarrassed.
You should be.
Done and done.
They were securing their fish.
Should be.
That's all that was. Let's go into the fort. See what we can find in here.
I did as you asked.
Nice. Nice big chest. Car figurine. Some books. Oh, CK Ford, you might be able to answer this if you're still here. The books in this game, are they meant for anything? Like, or are they just for reading? Which I'm perfectly happy with. Or do they like give you stats or tell you like locations for quests, stuff like that?
I did as you asked.
In due time.
You see that?
I see something. Done and done. I did as you asked.
What we got here? Empty wine bottles covered on the floor.
I did as you asked.
This looks like a button.
Done and done.
All according to plan.
That's a button in the wall. Okay, let's look at the items we just picked up. We got a glaive +1. Actually, let's sort it. A rapier +1. 2 daggers. Give you 2 daggers. A great club +2. Heavy pick +1. A kukri +1. A punching knife. So for anybody melee, a savage. Okay, so this is a composite longbow. I think Lethoric uses the composite longbow. So there you go. Savage bow, 2 to 9. This +1 composite longbow grants its wielder the ability to cast Aspect of the Falcon spell 3 times per day at first level druid and one each time. For 1 minute each time. When the wielder assumes the Aspect of the Falcon grants +3 competence bonus on perception skill checks. Cool. Okay, so we've got a +1 ring of protection. I've got 1 to armor class and 1 to deflection. So that's the same thing. Constitution. +5 competence bonus on maneuverability check. Or mobility, not maneuverability. Stag helm. The helm focuses wears attention on the weak points of an enemy, giving +1 insight bonus to attack rolls against flat foot and flank targets. +1 mighty fists and natural armor +1. Okay, so I'm gonna give you Stag Lord Helm. I'm gonna give you the boots for mobility and Constitution and Ring of Protection, because your AC is now what, 27. You can only hit a single thing. I give you this. What? Damn, Flatfoot 26 and 28. Just gonna make her a beast. Resistance. Plus 1 resistance bonus on all saving throws. And cold resistance 10. Let's give you that. You can have this one. Archery. Work. You can wear those for archery. Competence bonus and attack rolls. You can use that for +1 armor. And I think that's as much as good like upgrades go. Oh wait, we got Woodlands Aegis. 5, it's a 3 base armor class +2 enchantment. Studded leather allows the wearer to cast bear skin once per day. Give you that. Okay. Did I give her proficiency in daggers? Was it daggers I chose? Yeah, finesse training in daggers. So rapier is no good for you. And this is not a dagger by definition. That wouldn't help. Just normal armor. Actual fact, we could drop these lower weight. Oh, this one isn't. This is light armor +2. Oh, sorry, +1. So I'll probably end up selling that one. It's just normal scale mail. And that's just normal hide. Okay. A little better. Grinding stone?
I did as you asked.
We will be victorious.
Oh. I unlocked the door and you want to get into a fight?
Let us strike as one.
Oh, is this the father? I wonder if that's the father. Oh yeah, that'd be the father.
despicable.
I'll cut you.
I'll cut you.
Was not
Oof.
part of the plan.
Tear them apart!
Survive.
There we go.
I always survive.
Death comes.
Maybe we should find to go to the druid. The insane. Okay.
The undead is such a frivolous term. I prefer immortal, eternal,
Light armor
lasting.
and an empty goods chest. All right. So you dropped what? Hide armor +2. Oh, okay. Medium armor. Who's wearing medium? You're not wearing any medium. I just realized I'm not wearing any armor whatsoever. You're wearing a breastplate still. Wait, can Lothork wear the light armor? No, he can't. Oh, I thought you were wearing +1 by now. Well, the hide armor is better. Oh yeah, you can't wear it. Right. Can't wear it. You've got breastplate +1. Light armor is not that great for you. This is an upgrade for you. Okay. Wow, more upgrades. Okay. But there seems to be a button over here. I feel like I should be pushing this button on the wall. Oh, what's this? Oh, light hammer. Oh, I didn't know you could collect just objects sitting around. Oh, man. Okay.
In due time.
So there's, what's this? Spyglass. Luxurious bed is untouched. It seems has been slept in for some, hasn't been slept in for some time. Okay, well, I think that's it.
It's not far.
Okay, so what's the journal say? Jamandi Eldori said that we have no more than 3 months to conquer the lands. That sounds like more than enough, but we should still be mindful of passing time. So we got 6 days. Quickly, let's go to the trading post. Share the good news with Oleg. Okay, but we have to make a quick stop off. Because we got to go to the swamp or where the bridge was and tell the guy we killed the Stag Lord. He told us to come visit him once it was done. Double check. Yep. Leave. Not time yet, boy. 10 o'clock. You have an hour and a half, Biggie. Yeah. I know what you want. Okay, let's rest. We deserve a rest after that.
Reg, you are so moody today. And I can see you didn't get much sleep. What's bothering you?
You don't remember, do you? You woke me up 4 times last night, kicking and screaming. But I guess you didn't wake up. What those bastards from the League did to us.
Of course I failed in cooking. Okay, so we need to go Nettles Crossing. Oh, that's new. Enter.
As it should be.
Here it comes. Stegler is dead. Pharasma awaits. Farewell, Lithor. Gain 300. The corpse crumbles to the ground. There we go. And we get a short spear. Collect. Okay, that's all we came for.
All according to plan.
And let's head back to Oleg's. Travel. Right.
I need to catch my breath.
Yep, so this is now done. Prove Thy Worth is not done. That's just a companion quest. And we're about to finish the Stolen Lands.
I tire.
Oh no, enter. We can sleep when we get inside. And we're all level 5.
In due time.
Sir, can I talk to you? Now that the Stegler is defeated, you rightfully own the stolen lands. Demandi Eldori will endorse you and grant you the Baron's title. The girl looks at you with interest and a little apprehensive. What will you do when you sit on the throne, Lithor? Please don't say you haven't thought about it. There's enough work to do in the Stolen Lands. Running off bandits, founding a state, protecting the common people. Whatever happens, I hope you're beside me. I appreciate your help, and I appreciate yourself, Valerie. I would put down down any other man who would say this, but not you. I am sure you value me, my support, and my military talent. Oh, she thought I was coming on to her.
Follow my lead.
Okay. Let's go inside first. Let's have a good rest. What do you want? Have a little chat? Alright. It's not like we have anything better to do. Tell me about yourself. What is there to know? I was born. I'm alive. Haven't died yet. That's enough for you. Do you remember your childhood? What a crap question. I was just a kid when they sold me. Before that, I don't remember much. Smoky fires, stinky hides, always bumping along on a horse. I think I was born in one of those Kelly tribes of Numeria. There are many. Some survive on their own, some give up their pride and serve the Technic League. I guess mine was one of the cowards. If they sold their own kids. Oh, I see. Sorry. I remember my father's hand. Rough, scarred, white. So I guess I get this green skin from my mother, but I don't remember her. I think I remembered playing with other half-orc with another half-orc child, a brother maybe. For some reason they didn't sell him, just me. Father gave him a dagger to play with, never gave it to me. I don't want to remember. Forget all this. I'm an orphan. What deity do you worship? Ha! I never got much help from the gods so far, but if you make me choose, I'd say Callistra. Who else would I worship? The Sacred Sting? The goddess of pleasure, fun, and revenge. Oh yes. Where did you get the magical powers? What magical powers? The hell are you talking about? Oh, you mean these? Rainer makes a lightning run over his hand with a contented smile that snaps his fingers, invoking a shower of blind sparks. I've had them since I was born. At least one thing I can thank my scum parents for. Maybe these powers are why they sold me to slavery. Think they were scared? Who knows? Damn Numerians. At the Technic League, they drew my blood, did experiments, burned me with fire, tortured me with cold electricity, and they told me, you wouldn't believe it, they told me I have blue dragon blood in my veins. Not bad, huh? I'm a dragon, you freaks. Don't check my blood, you dare. If you dare. What do your tattoos mean? They are magical. They help me control my powers. The Technic League gave them to me. I'd hoped to somewhat that somewhere on my body there was at least one sign left by my tribe, but no. I guess they didn't care to bother. To hell with them. They better hope I never find them. If I ever meet my father, I will even the score between us. How did you manage to use both a sword and magic, and not cut off your fingers? Ha ha ha! It's simple. I'm just that bloody good. The half-orc gives a content grin. Do you enjoy making people suffer? Why should I care about their suffering? I do what I want. If I step on someone's toes, then they shouldn't have put themselves in my way. But chasing someone down just for to torture them, that's only entertainment for maniacs like the Technic League. Well, on second thought, ha ha ha, for them, I would make an exception. I'd love to watch as I fry them nice and slow. But why do you ask? Do my methods shock you? I don't really have any chaotic neutral messages, but as long as you're in my party, try to control yourself. I don't like meaningless atrocities. I, for one, enjoy the torment of others. Very amusing, and you're right. If someone gets in your way, it's their own fault. If you treat your enemies like that, what makes you better than them? I'll go with lawful. If you say so, you're the boss. Well, make sure all the atrocities are meaningful. Ha ha ha. Wouldn't want to upset my boss. Well, the boss. Thank you for the answers. Tell me about your life in Numeria. I mean, my life as a slave. I don't see much except for those slave barracks and the League's twisted laboratories. How'd you happen to become a slave? I was sold. My own tribe. When I was just a little brat. So I grew up in a slave's barracks. I was raised to be sold like a battle animal. They tried to break me, but they picked the wrong brat. No matter how much you can beat this animal, he only gets angrier. Why did your masters teach you magic? Can't you guess? Because magic is in my blood. It's why they bought me. I wasn't raised as some lowly mop slave, but as a murder machine. I'd fetch quite a nice sum of gold. You might also ask if they knew I'd take the first opportunity to rip their guts out, using everything they taught me. Ha, of course they did. But that's the Technic League. They calculate risk. Octavia kept pretending to be simple-minded so they wouldn't expect anything from her, but I made every effort, though they didn't teach me that much. What is there to teach? It's not book magic, it's innate. They made me practice with my sword and practice with my sword more. But I did my best in everything. I studied all I could. They knew they were raising an enemy, but they thought they could keep me on a short leash or sell me to someone with deep pockets. So I had become someone else's problem. But who won in the end? Huh? Who is free? Who will bury them all? Hey, boy. What are you doing? I see at the corner of my eye. What else did you see beyond your life in chains? What could I have seen? Well, when we ran, we thought we went through Starfall. That's a fine city, big, loud, many merchants, things to see, things to steal. But I didn't have much chance to walk around. It's the very nest of the sodding Technic League. We were focusing more on getting out alive. We met some barbarians. I asked them who might know what tribe I'm from, but they didn't know anything. I didn't have any tribe tattoos, nothing. Actually, they were all they are all right. Well, some of them. The blood pikes, for one, they're great. All the rivers are theirs. We sailed with them during one of our escapes, almost all the way to Brevoy, and they didn't turn us in. But the White Scars got us after that. Those guys are shit. They sold their pride to the Technic League. Oh, no, one more thing. One time Octavia and I tried to escape and stumbled across a Numerian monster. I'll never forget it. A huge spider the size of a house, made of metal, spitting fire, shooting deadly rays all around. That thing could probably tear even a dragon to pieces. Ruined our escape plans too. We had to go back. Did you and Octavia try to escape? Well, I thought he just pretty much answered that. Why do you think? Of course we tried. I stopped counting how many times. Jumped from windows, dug tunnels, choked out guards, or seduced them. That happened too. Ha ha ha. But those dirtbags caught us every time. Every bloody time. My back is covered with whip scars. Lucky we were prized property. They'd spent too much gold on us to kill us. Anyone else would have hung and forgotten. But they kept trying to break us and to recoup their expenses. I don't know whether I could have survived by sheer stubbornness if it weren't for Octavia. I probably could have. I would have just given up and died. But I had to pull my girl out of the meat grinder, and she believed in me and had enough hope for us both. When I lay there with my back slashed to pieces, she whispered to me about the river kingdoms, where there's no slavery, where everyone can go everywhere they want and take whatever they want. I'll be damned, but I thought she was just making up making this up to keep our hopes alive, and now it's turned out to be true. All of it. Every last word. No chains, no slave, no laws. Just live and be happy. Is slavery legal in Numeria? Sometimes yes, sometimes no. There are some laws against it, but even in Starfall, a third of the people live in bondage, and that's the capital. In regions where the Black Sovereign's hands doesn't reach, they hold the tribe custom instead of laws. The barbarians don't keep slaves. Instead, they have thralls. Big bloody difference. And on top of all the mess, there's the Technic League. Law and custom mean nothing to those slime balls. They just take whatever and whoever they want. Thank you for your answers. What kind of relationship do you have with Octavia? Well, my Octavia and I don't have a relationship. We have a life together. How did you meet? Well, we were slaves together. Back when we were children, we were taken as apprentices by a great spellmaster, Janusz. Maestro Janusz, he called himself. He was our teacher. Well, he made Octavia read books and memorize spells. I have my own innate magic. He trained me a bit, taught how to control my gifts, and I wouldn't lose control and incinerate myself like a dumbass. Oh, teacher, we will meet again. There's one more test I must pass. But you were asking about my Octavia. We've been together all our lives. We learned everything together. How to weave magic, how to survive, and as we grew older, we learned how to love. Without each other, we would never have gotten out there, that's for sure. Or gone out of there, that's for sure. We wouldn't have given up and surrendered to death. But together, that's a very different story. Not the first time, and not the 10th. But eventually, we made it out. Why do you call her yours? She doesn't seem to like it very much. My girl loves freedom so much, and even a slight chance of losing it frightens her. She is so smart. You really think she feels like I'm trying to make her mine? Like an apple stolen out of the market? Me, who was skinned alive for trying to help her escape? If she's afraid of the word my, it's because she doesn't understand the difference between my boots and my heart. But she will understand sooner or later. Are you and Octavia faithful to each other? Octavia and I are connected, and this connection cannot be broken. We grew into each other, you know. Jealousy is for the weak cowards who don't trust each other and are scared of being tricked. If a knight on the side threatens your love, That just means there was no real love there to begin with. She and I are together to the end, and we will never be apart from each other. So when she likes some lad or some lass, it's no drama to me. I just ask her whether she wants me to leave them alone or join in, and she does the same. Haha. Quite the relationship. Why are you judging us? Or maybe you just want to join us in our tent. Is that an invitation? Well, then maybe I will. Is that so? I will think about it. Don't mention it. I do not need you any longer. No, I have to go. So long. If you want to know anything else, just ask. Don't be shy. Just don't go pale when I answer. Hello. Got any news? Too little. Some scraps of memories, no more than that. What exactly do you remember? Nothing special. Some images of a faraway past, that's all. I do remember wooden legs. The paint on them was peeled off, and I was standing on my toes, trying to peek at what was on the table. I remember the wild rose by the window. It kept me up at night, scratching the glass when I snarled with its gnarled branches. I do remember my mother's blue dress. It was a trifle battered, but it smelt of lavender. I guess that's all. Not much there, right? All those memories, it's like they're not mine at all. I recall some images, and I know I should feel something about them, but I don't remember what exactly I should feel. So let them rot in the swamp, Tetzelworm. My life's good enough without them. What do you know about your parents? You're a half-elf, right? Am I? You know, I think you might be right. I'm rather slim and tall, and I can see well in a dim light. Ah! They're a bit pointy. Yes, I'm definitely a half-elf. Okay. Let's think about that logically. So, my mother was an elf, my father was a human. Or maybe it was the other way around. And my mother was a... Finally, Octavia can't take it anymore and bursts into laughter, having spoiled her own act. So, that's it. Now you know as much as about my parents as I do. Do you remember how you were enslaved? I clearly remember the man who took me away from my home. He was big, with a huge pot belly and shaggy beard. I was afraid he would eat me. Anyway, he didn't stay with me long. He gave me to his slavery accomplices and never saw him again. When my mother was giving me to him, she was crying. I can barely hear her quiet voice, but I can recall her words or face behind the tears. Sorry, I can't recall her words or her face behind the tears, just the lavender smell. It tickled my nose and I wanted to sneeze. Did my mother sell me to slavery? But then why was she crying? And if she didn't want me to be a slave, why didn't she try to save me? One more riddle for my past that I don't care to solve. It must be horrible, being unable to recall your childhood. Oh, I recall my childhood in rather great details. It was spent in dirty barracks. I wore flea-infested rags and slept on a straw mattress instead of a proper bed. Though I understand what you mean. You know, to be honest, I'm not sure if I want to remember my childhood before slavery. If I could remember what I lost, it would probably bring me to more pain. So it's good that I don't remember much of anything. I want to ask someone else. Will you tell me about your life in slavery? I don't like to recall it, but if you insist, the slavers from the Technic League tried to ruin my life. But all they could do was ruin my childhood. How did you happen to find yourself in the Stolen Lands? My enslavers from the Technic League funded a large expedition into the Stolen Lands. 100 agents, 12 slaves, wagons. We were to search for some ancient artifacts or ancient ruins. The group never made it to the Technic League hideout. Along the way, it was attacked by a future owner of the Stolen Lands himself, and I'll be forever grateful to him. I don't know what she's talking about. That wasn't me at all. Did you have many masters over the years? Yes, many of them. Some owned me for years. Others felt they'd had enough of me in a couple of months. Trust me, I did all I could to make every master eager to get rid of me. A slave that's trained in magic is a rather expensive thing, so they wouldn't kill me. At least that was the hope. So I drooled and I played idiot, and I listened to every new master's argued with my former one, trying to return me. Sometimes I punctured the page of a magic book I was forced to copy with a quill. Other times I pretended to mix up the spells, so instead of lighting a magic torch, I set a dozen dancing lights floating just below the ceiling. Of course, most of the tricks of mine usually ended badly. I got punished on a regular basis. My back still remembers Master's whip, though all my scars from those times are long gone. Where'd you learn to use magic? Oh, I was taught magic by a Janusz of Starfall, one of the most famous wizards in Numeria, Maestro Janusz, as he insists on calling himself. Anyone would be happy to learn from such a great master, and only a talentless bitch like me would dare to reject his teachings and indulge in her laziness. At least that's what Maestro Janusz used to repeat constantly, while whipping knowledge into my back. The great Maestro was a big fan of punishment, but technically didn't care if a few slaves died under the master's whip, as long as Maestro Janusz provided an arcane trained one in return. Officially, there is no slavery in Numeria, but technically is above the law. A slave with an appetite for an arcane is worth much more than a regular one. The slave repertoire is limited to simplest and safest spells, of course. Have you ever tried to run away? What a silly question. Of course I tried. As soon as we saw even the thinnest opportunity to get free, Reagan and I grabbed for it. On one occasion, we jumped from a cart into the river. There was time when we spent weeks trying to dismantle the far wall of a barracks and make a path out. Sometimes we attacked our guards when they least expected it. We craved freedom. We lived only to dream about it. Those days, sometimes weeks, and that spent on the run were the happiest days of our lives. We used to hide in the woods or blend in the crowd on the streets of Starfall. Midnight stars were out guiding our guiding lights, and we shared our dreams with them to reach the river kingdoms. For in these lands there were neither slaves nor masters. We were starving and freezing, but that was the real life. Too bad it usually ended too soon. The Technic League agents always found us, and in the end, I didn't know how they managed to do it. They probably used magic, or maybe it was just fate. They whipped us and returned us to our old masters, or sold us to new ones. If the old ones refused to pay, so we were slaves again. But the dream about the river kingdoms never left our hearts. Have your masters ever hurt you? Really? You figured that one out, didn't you? Or maybe you want to hear about the beatings I survived, the humiliations I've endured. Imagine the worst things one person can do to another and multiply that tenfold. That's what happened to me nearly every day in slavery. Masters, oh, how I hate that word. They punished me because they wanted to hurt me. But what hurt even more was the mere fact of their existence. Wait, I want to tell you, the Technic League agents you rescued us from, Greg and I tried to run away many times, but they always managed to find us eventually. I have no reason to hope that this time they've lost track of us for good. I won't let anybody harm. I won't let those filthy traders take you again. Just let them try. Well, you're with us now. I'm confident that I should be able to make a deal with them. Oh. Yeah, good. Yes, we'll chase them to the border. We won't see them through the dust. What kind of relationship do you have with Regongar? We're together. The way you said we're together sounded unconvincing. Is there something wrong? You've noticed? Well, I didn't mean that. Now I have to explain. I'm not sure I know how to put it correctly. Yeah, you see, Reg seems to treat me like his property. He's always kind to me, and it feels good when we're together. or when we share a blanket at campsite, but he always calls me my Octavia. I've told him over and over that I don't belong to anyone, that in my own, that I'm my own, and that I stay with him by my own free will. He only grins when I say that. I bet he thinks that I'm his. Never mind, though I'll sort it out somehow. When did you meet Reg? Years ago, when I was studying magic with at Maestro Janusha's. Reg was his student too, though you couldn't actually say he was really studying anything. Reg had his own way to cast spells. He never needed the Maestro's instructions. You see, unlike wizards, Reg draws his power directly from his innate blood abilities. Janush didn't realize the nature of Reg's powers when he took the young boy as his new student, and when he finally understood them, he just taught the negligent half-orc to control his powers to avoid harming himself or others. Reg and I have been together ever since. We could both use magic, but more importantly, we both crave freedom. We used to vow to each other that someday we'd break free from the unbearable captivity or die trying together. I guess it's good that we fulfilled our first part of the vow. You owe much? I don't like this O word. I don't owe anything to anybody. Anything I do for my own free will. But to answer your question, yes, Reg has done a lot for me. I can't count how many times we were whipped by the master because of our. Oh my god, I can't count. So my nose is a little clogged. I can't count how many times he was whipped by the mace masters. I want to say maester. By the masters because of me. How many times he took the blame for my doings. He never complained when they dragged him, beaten and covered in blood, to the slave barracks. He just groaned and clenched his fists while I bandaged his wounds with the scraps of my filthy clothing. We've always been together my whole life, as slaves and as free people. I wouldn't be me if it not for him. The fact that Reg is so impulsive doesn't bother you? That is a very delicate matter. Reg means a lot to me, and he endured a lot for me. But some parts of him just scare me. He becomes extremely bloodthirsty when it comes to slavers. Don't get me wrong, I hate slavers with all my heart, and I'll do a lot to cleanse the world of the filth. But Reg, he'll do anything, understood? Absolutely anything. I'm afraid that anger might kill everybody, or... Not for another hour, buddy. I'm afraid the anger might kill everybody good and kill everything good in him. I've attempted to talk to him about it many times, but he just won't listen. He becomes even angrier after conversations. Oh my god, she's got a lot. I just have to ask, how did you manage to look so gorgeous even when we're out in the middle of nowhere? Oh, so you've noticed. My appearance is a result of daily effort, and it's not easy. Do you know how much time it takes to create good makeup or to mend a dress, even with the help of magic? So, if someday you wake up early, an hour before dawn or so, you can actually check on me. You'll see how I prepare myself for a new day. Oh, Octavia, the flower of the stolen lands, you're so beautiful as you are dangerous. You strike down monsters with your spells, and you strike down people with your beauty. You sure put a lot of effort into this, but the result makes it worthwhile. So much effort. Though that's your business. I'd prefer that you get enough rest. Stop wasting your time on this nonsense. You're a real sweet talker. I feel all flushed. Well, now I'll have to pay more attention to my looks. For now, I know for sure that there's someone who appreciates my efforts. Aww. You worship Callistra, right? Yeah, many slaves survived only thanks to their faith. Some lived hoping for a day when a good deity would deliver them. Some even offer daily deals to the evil gods. But me and Rag Callistra has taught us the most important things. Expect no gifts from above. Rely on only on ourselves. Never forgive those who wronged us, but at least at some time savor every drop of pleasure we could squeeze from our bleak days. It's amazing how after all your hardships you still remain cheerful and optimistic. I try not to view my life as a never-ending course of suffering. Yes, I've had my share of hard times, but do I need to recall them? After all, along with the bad things, I had some good things as well. I had a dream, and I followed it, and eventually it came true. Following the path, I met Reg and you, and I'm free and surrounded by my friends. Why do you need to find the Technic League agents? I broke free of slavery thanks to you. I've obtained everything I dreamt of, my freedom and opportunity to control my own life. I want to use the opportunity to fight the Technic League, at least the part of it that operates in the Stolen Land. I wish to free all the slaves from the Technic League masters. Carnival, TNT. Hey mate, not sure if you know, but your mic is quite cracky. Have you got the boost too far up or something? Oh. No, it's not boosted. Here, I'll lower it a little bit. I appreciate the feedback though. I guess I'm gonna have to look at my VOD. Just lots of reverb. Oh. No, I didn't realize that. That's good advice. I really do appreciate that. I will have to look into it. Yeah, no. Well, I'm gonna check it out tonight, if not tomorrow morning when I get a chance, before I go live. So I'll mark this down at 3:06. Go a bit louder than this. Oh, I turned my mic down when you said that. Because now you're really quiet. Yeah, sorry. When you said that, I thought maybe my mic was too loud, so I turned it down just a little bit. I put it back up. I have a little book here that I'm just going to record the timestamp, so when I go check the video, I know when to look for. So that's 3:06 hours. But to be honest with you, I'm also have a stuffy nose, so that could, I don't know if that causes anything, but yeah. Luckily I record all my videos, so I have a local recording and I have obviously the Twitch VOD. It's just the mic. Okay. Yeah, no, I'll definitely take a look at that. Okay, I won't do the rest. Well, the playthrough is going well. What class are you playing? Right now I'm playing a sage, sorcerer, is what I'm playing at the moment, and I believe that's right? Sorcerer. Yeah, sage sorcerer. Oh, and I just got invisibility. Nice. 5 points. Go. What else we got? Okay, so we got greater spell focus or spell focus. I'm gonna want do. Oh boy. No, let's not do necromancy. Let's do I'm gonna do divination this time. Because I've got necromancy. Oh, so I get one level 1, level 2? Okay, so let's see here. Raise the Dead? Yeah, I should probably pick that up. I've already got summon 1. Raise Dead would definitely come in handy. um Yeah, Snowball's good. I've got it on Octavia. You know what? I will grab it. I tend to put my shoot into my text. Yeah, I tend to do the same thing. Summoning 2. Talk to Oleg. The Stag Lord is dead. We found his fortress and sent the villain to oblivion. Ah, good riddance. Maybe now we'll be able to actually live in the Stolen Lands rather than just survive. Without the doubt, more people will flock here. It surely boosts trade, but all the noise they'll bring with them. Well, that's none of your concern. I bet you can't wait to go to Rostov and report your great victory. Yeah. I put the bow on my sage on Lethoric because he's primarily using bows at this point.
Good work. Nice to see I haven't lost my intuition for people. Not many would have managed to set out to the Stolen Lands and return with the Stag Lord's head, but I knew you could handle it. Congratulations are in order. Today, you'll receive the title of Baron before the High Society of Rostov, and even Natala Sertova personally. God's bless her. Tomorrow, you'll be able to return to the Stolen Lands if you wish, but this time as a ruler.
Woo!
But matters of state can wait. For now, enjoy this feast in your honor. All the city leaders are here. It's a great opportunity to make some useful connections.
Can I steal your belongings?
Speaking of connections, let me introduce you to Kasil Eldori. He's my adopted son and apprentice. He's a trustworthy man. I'd like to send him with you as an envoy.
Oh, he's a half-orc. Impeccable poise, perform textbook, perform bow. Giovanni, what kind of game are you playing? I think I have the right to know. What? You already know about my encounter with Tachucho.
Yes, you certainly have that right. But tell me, how well do you know Brevoy's history or the current political atmosphere? It won't be an easy explanation.
What do I need to know about the history of Brevoy?
What's now called Brevoy was originally 2 different countries, Rostland and Issia. 200 years ago, they were stuck in constant squabbles. Then, Coral the Conqueror showed up and united the 2 states into one. Such diplomatic tricks are easy to manage when you have dragons at your disposal. The so-called noble houses of Brevoy, mainly Sertova, Orlovsky, and Lebeda, once ruled over Issia. We, the Eldori, ruled Rostland. The royal house Rogarvia, founded by Coral the Conqueror, forced us into obedience. But 200 years isn't long enough to make peace with such a troubled history. Even 2,000 years wouldn't be enough for us to accept Issian rule. Brevoy is a country held together by a thread, and that thread grows ever weaker.
What do I need to know about the current political atmosphere?
We, the Eldori and the great noble houses, spent 200 years under the rule of invaders, the royal house Rogarvia. We plotted, we schemed, we stabbed each other in the back, but open confrontation was out of the question. But a few years ago, House Rogarvia disappeared. No one knows how or why, but one day their manners were just empty, and the force that held Brevoy together, that kept us from a bloody feud, ceased to be. Brevoy is currently ruled by the House Sertova, the former kings of Isia, but their power pales in comparison to that of House Rogarvia when they were here. So now Sertova and Aldori stand facing each other, staring each other in the eye, waiting for the other to draw their sword. It's an untenable situation. No one wants a civil war that would drown Brevoy in blood, but peace between us is also out of the question.
What role do I play with in your plans?
Rostland wants to regain its independence, and we will regain it. The power the Isians hold over us is humiliating and costly, and the Sertovas won't give us our freedom without a fight. That is, unless there is some external power that can force everyone to sit down and talk. Do you see where this is going? The stolen lands are disputed territory. Brevoy can't appropriate them without raising protests from each of the neighboring states. However, if some brave people were to found independent states on that land, it would be another matter entirely. My hope is that you and your future neighbors, Baron Hannes Drelev and Captain Maegor Varn, will become our allies. But even your neutrality would introduce a powerful counterbalance to the aggression of the noble houses. Maybe, with your help, the inevitable division of Brevoy can occur without too much pain.
Don't the sword lords have any other foreign allies capable of playing this role?
We hope to get some help from the Maivani Aldori, the descendants of the sword lords who have fled from Coral's rage to build a new nation in the south. But the Isians know this well, and are doing everything they can to deny us this help. I won't go into details, but if my intelligence is correct, if a civil war starts in Brevoy, Maivan will be too occupied with its own inner troubles to interfere.
What part does Restov play in this game?
Restov is a free city, proud of its independence from everyone, including the Aldori sword lords. But when it comes to Rostland's liberation, our goals align. This whole plan is our joint creation with Lord Mayor Yosef Selimius.
Just got Huffy. I'm back. I'm missing anything? No, just still going through the introductions of, well, I guess the next part of the main story. If Natalia is already here, why did she let you grant me the title?
Actually, she could still intervene and disrupt the proceedings. But she's a Sertova. Their games are always complex and multi-layered. They're always looking for ways to turn defeat into victory. If she's decided to allow you to become a baron, it means she already has some idea of how she can turn it to her benefit. Let's consider how she could do so. Maybe she understands that Rostland will inevitably separate and she doesn't want a war. In that case, new states in the Stolen Lands give the Isians a reason to sit down and talk without losing face. But that's an optimistic view, and truth be told, it doesn't quite match up with what we've come to expect from the Sertovas. The more likely scenario is that Natala wants to win you over to her side. If war breaks out and at least one of you stabs us in the back, Rostland will be surrounded by enemies. That might be enough to bring about our downfall. But you would fall first, and your newly formed states would be left in ruin. The Isians always like to have someone around to pull their chestnuts out of the fire for them. A piece of friendly advice? Don't do business with House Sertovas, no matter what promises they make you. Any deal with the noble houses is a deal with devils.
So does that mean that Wrath of the Righteous does not have any Kingmaker aspects to it? I thought there would still be some like kingdom aspects to the new one. I wasn't sure about that. What happens next?
How should I know? We're in the middle of a big game. And today, you move from being merely a piece on the board to being one of the players.
Thank you for your explanation.
I hope you have a better understanding of what's at stake.
You already know about my encounter with Tartuccio.
Of course. Keston gave me a full report. You dealt with the scoundrel perfectly. It would be naive to think that none of your neighbors will try to stick their hands in your affairs. Especially that sly fox Iravetti.
Thank you. I'm going to speak with the guests.
Enjoy your evening.
A handsome, well-dressed young man of about 17 years old looks at you with a polite smile. So, you're the famous slayer of the Stag Lord's gang, soon to be Baron. Pleased to make your acquaintance. My name is Lander. Just Lander? No last name, no title? Well, let's just say I'm here, incognito. Under this, my circumstances, it's wise to keep one's lineage to oneself. Truth be told, that's precisely what I wanted to speak to you about. You see, I'm an heir to one of Brevoy's noble houses. I won't say which, but believe me, a newly appointed baron with no connections would do well to have a friend like me. I travel to the country in secret without servants, so I can see it for myself. Not from a carriage window, but face to face with the people. My family would never approve, of course, but then I never asked. I need to know Brevoy if I'm going to rule as part of it someday. I know Germandi wants to impose her stepson on you as an emissary. Brevoy. Refuse. Take me instead. Don't look at my age. While they may have trained this half-orc to swing a sword, I've been training my rule since I was a child. I'll be of far greater use to you, both now and in the future, after I have a firm position in my family. Are you from Rostovic nobility? Oh no, I'm not from here. I've just visited, you could say. I just wanted to see for myself. Oh, okay. Wonderful party. Please tell me again what you're doing here. I traveled the country in secret without servants so I could see for myself. Tell me once more what you want from me. I'll consider your proposal. Jathal. Oh, my whole party's here? Magar Varn. Let me introduce you myself. I am Magar Varn, new ruler of Dunsword, your neighbor to the east. Like you, I'm about to be a baron. Great job with the Stag Lord, by the way. Not everyone could exterminate a whole gang of bandits with such a small team. How did you earn your title? Truth be told, my team and I just happened to be on the right place at the right time. Germandi Eldori needed someone reliable to hold the territory. I'm the captain of the mercenary team, if it wasn't clear. Barnling host. Have you heard of us? No, no matter. How do you feel about being a noble? Like a pheasant on a plate. I've killed all kinds of monsters, but this is the first time I've strongly felt the turning away could get me eaten. See that lad, Baron Drilev? He's not like us. Who knows what generation of Baron he is? Didn't even shake my hand. You and me, we're like dirt beneath his boots. That's why those like us, the newly made nobility, need to stick together. Otherwise, he'd take my land and yours in a blink of an eye. Nice to meet you. Your guest. Keston, Lindsay.
Will you drink with me?
Oh, Casey. Do you want to get rid of right to business?
I'd say you like to walk a straight road and keep away from roundabouts. But jokes aside, I came to apologize. I know the words I said in our conversation with Lady Aldery might have offended you.
Just a wee bit.
This was not my intention. The lessons life has dealt me were not easy. I've learned to be wary of new acquaintances, which is why I've refused to join your party. I hope you will forgive me for this weakness and for my harsh words. And I hope you will hear me out, for I have something to tell you.
No need to apologize. I don't expect everyone to meet to immediately fall under my charms and entrust me with all their secrets.
How confusing. Usually, those who don't seek affection are the very ones who receive it. Anyway, enough sweet talk. There is something important I wanted to tell you. As it happens, I came across some very valuable information. What brave conqueror of these wild lands wouldn't be intrigued by news of an ancient shrine, possibly full of great treasures? A place such as this was discovered by my old friends from Kadira, and it just so happens to be located in the lands that today become rightfully yours. My friends lack the courage to enter the shrine and seek the treasure, but what will stop us? We who know the taste of battle and have been singed by the same fire.
I'm sorry. You who hid in Brevoy, well, I felt the singe of the fire. And, you know, felt the battle. Yeah, no, I don't know. Sounds tempting, but I'll need to think about it.
Your caution is reasonable. Well, I'm going to visit the capital of your newborn barony anyway. I might rent a house. Find me there if you decide you're interested in my offer. So long, friend. I'll call you so today because soon enough, all you'll be hearing is, Your Grace, Your Grace, Your Grace.
I mean, not necessarily a bad thing. Natalia Sertova. You are not only tough, but quick. Well, congratulations on your victory. Enjoy it while you can. Is that a threat? I would never. I simply wish to warn you in case you don't fully realize the fate awaits you in your barony. What do you think that awaits me? Nothing good, I fear. The Eldori, our dearest friends, didn't deem it necessary to inform you of their plans, I assume. You see, they're preparing to separate from Brevoy. It will not be a peaceful process. They lack the strength currently, hence using the legal loophole to create some independent allies. Once the civil war breaks out, your lands will be the first to endure the strike from Brevoy's forces. Perhaps they'll erect a memorial stone in independent Rostov in your honor. We wouldn't count on that even today, really. What would you propose? In your situation, the most reasonable course of action would be to align yourself with the lawful ruler of Brevoy, the noble houses. The Eldori won't dare to rebel, knowing they would immediately become entrapped. You could help Brevoy avoid civil war, while simultaneously enjoying some well-deserved peace in your lands. I believe Gamandi has already attempted to impose a guard on you as an emissary. I'm guessing her low-born stepson, the green-skinned boy Kasil. It's up to you, of course, but I would recommend you a different envoy. Please meet Chandra Merve, an experienced diplomat who's more familiar with Brevoy's politics than any brawler could be. I would be happy to help you establish a diplomatic relation with Brevoy. I'll consider your proposal. Think on it. Do not make any hasty decisions. Oh, that was all I had to do? Well, now, if it isn't the hero of the festivities, the protege of our dear Jamandi, you pulled this off, all off quite cleverly, I confess. I wasn't convinced your enterprise would succeed. I even bet a bottle of my best Pictaxian wine against you, but I'm happy to admit I was wrong. The Eldori have always been adept at finding new talent. I don't believe we've been introduced. So it would seem. I am Joseph Selimius, Lord Mayor of the Rostov. I rule this town and the adjacent lands. As your northern neighbor, I hope we could look forward to a long, fruitful friendship. So you rule Rostov. And what about the Eldori? Brevoy's politics seem complex and incomprehensible to many. Here in this part of Rosland, the spirit of the North freedom still lives. We are loyal to the throne, of course. Many of the gods prolong the life of His Highness. But here, far from the dominions of the great houses, we have our own way of life. It is especially important now, after the certain events that I probably don't need to name. The Eldori Swords Lords used to rule Rostland. They're still the largest landowners and main military force of the region, but it's not for nothing that Rostov is called a free city. We're proud to choose Lord Mayor from among the citizens, considering not by lineage, but by their own merits. What kinds of events were you talking about? Why an aspiring politician needs to be well informed. I'm talking about, of course, about the disappearance of the ruling house Rogovaria. Can you imagine it? Old man Coral conquered our land 2 centuries ago. It would be a shameless lie to say that nobody wished his royal house could just disappear into thin air. But once that exact thing happened, it turned out nobody was ready for it. Oof. All the country, even members of the royal house has disappeared. No trace. Nobody knows what happened to them. It's a mystery. But a mystery pregnant with opportunity for everyone. How are things in Rostov? I don't want to boast, but things have been going well in recent years. Trade prospers, the population grows, and the citizens are happy. Although recently, especially after the disappearance of the House Rogovaria, more and more troublemakers have been appearing, and people are talking about the most shocking things. But those sorts of rumors aren't worthy of your attention. It was nice to meet you. I could immediately procure, let's say, 500 loads of building supplies. I'm sure that would give you a good start. In exchange, I would ask a small favor. Until you repay the debt in full, you simply assume the obligation of contracting building services through Rostov's Building Guild. You have a deal. Oh, I'll probably accept your offer in the end. I'll need resources to construct. It was nice to meet you. Goodbye.
So, how do you like our little gathering? I hope you've made some useful connections. Shall we move on to the official proceedings? My apprentice, Casil Aldori, will go with you, won't he?
Young Lander will come with me. Chandra will be my envoy. I don't know.
Whatever you choose, I won't argue. But you must choose your inner circle. Of course.
Okay, so let's see if there's any more options for us. Bringing law into the Solans is a difficult endeavor. I would be grateful for any help I could. Okay, so congratulations, victory. Let me introduce myself. I am Svenki Keg, High Priest of the Estrel. Okay. Oh, failed. Oh, more operations. Floor. I saw you. Yes, I used to serve. So I'm not reading all of this. Do many people are still right? Honor meeting you. Oh, we got a lot of people sitting down. Oh, Valerie. Guest. Oh, wait. There's Tristan. Mari. Baron Hannes Drelev. And you must be a Staglord Butcher. I'm sorry, I quite forgot your name. But you took out the Stag Lord and his gang, and the Sword Lord Commandy has granted you permission to take his place, right? Well, congratulations. My lands lie west of yours, and I suppose we're neighbors. I hate Tristan. As a person named Tristan, his name is spelt. Well, his name's actually pronounced Tristian, isn't it? Tristian is actually how you pronounce the name. Yeah. It's stupid. Fair. I get it. My name, you can spell it 6 different ways. You know, it's unfortunate. Going to Starbucks, ordering a coffee, and it comes out different every single time. Or when you're in line for something and they ask for your name, they just guess at it. Like, geez, I freaking hate it. It's like a 4-letter word can go to 6 letters or even 8 letters. It's like I didn't even believe it was possible. Yeah, TJ? No, not Jeff. Nope. Try Alan. Yep. So there's ALAN, ALLAN, ALEN, ALLEN, ALLINE. Yeah, and then there's ALLANN. There's ALAIN. Trust me, like it boggles my mind how many spellings there are. I don't know about IAN, but alien. I'll take alien. Defeat the Stagler. Pretel, what did you do to deserve your own domain? I don't need to deserve or prove anything. Countless generations of glorious ancestors have done so for me. If I hadn't slayed bigger army, Jamandi would have simply given all the stolen lands to me. Alas, I don't have so many soldiers at my disposal, so she had urgently make barons. Hehe, the likes of you and Varn. So you have no army and no special merits. You were given land out of pity, for being petty. Under other circumstances, I'd have you whipped for such words. But let's not ruin Lady Eldori's celebration. If you want so badly to measure merits, we can do so another time. You're not very polite for a nobleman. Ha! Politeness is must be deserved. I hope I get to kill that guy. Who we got here? Bunch of no-name guests. Okay, so Eldori seems like the obvious choice. Natalie Sertova, the Chandra Murvy is more of a political position. Same with Lander. Lander's coming from an unknown country. And he's a kid of 17 years old. Probably picked probably Lander. So if I was to look at this, I would think Eldari for might, Lander for, or no, sorry, Sertova for politics, and Lander for I guess in between. No, Sertova for in between, Lander for politics. If I look at it from that perspective, because Lander said he's more of a politician, and that's what he feels I need. Sertova said her girl is politics and knows her way around weapons, and then Eldari is all like he's a sellsword essentially. Huh. Oh, I didn't know I could move my spells around. So it does, doesn't it? I think I want to go Sertova just to be different. You know what I mean? Because I could guarantee a lot of people go the standard, the half orc, because that's just who helped you get to where you are as a baron. Yeah, I gotta reorganize my spells. I haven't actually bothered to do it. I didn't have enough spells to even think about it. Like now I could take this off and put this here. So because this now has the ability to cast both, which is good.
So, how do you like our little gathering? I hope you've met my apprentice, Casil Aldori, will go with you, won't he?
I'm gonna go with Chandra Murphy.
The emissary of House Sertova? Well, perhaps it's for the best. As they say, keep your friends close and your enemies closer.
Ah, I see which, yeah.
Excellent. Stand here.
All right, let the ceremony begin.
Lords and ladies, today we are here to honor 3 brave people who have done the impossible. They've tamed the stolen lands. Baron Hannes Drelev, the new master of Glenabon. Captain Maegor Varn, the conqueror of Dunsword. And finally, the tamer of the Shrike Hills, who put an end to the atrocities of the Stag Lord's bandits. Step forward. On behalf of the people of the free city of Restov, I confer upon you this noble title. Rise, your grace.
Yay! Well, when you click on the up button, it said the level 1 or level 2 spell, and the counter.
The capital of the new barony has been built in place of his fort. That was how the long and challenging taming of the stolen lands began.
So is this where our kingdom is? Welcome, your grace. Yeah, you can use either the high level slot. It summons more lower level creatures. Oh, I see what you're saying. Let me once again congratulate you on your victory and your new title. Lord Jamandi transferred me here. I'm at your disposal. I'm not one to suppose honors, but I want you to know I'm glad to serve you. I'm here to welcome you on behalf of your new capital citizens. The Stag Lord's former stronghold will soon be a thriving city. Word travels fast, and the first settlers have already arrived, with new ones approaching as we speak. When you were visiting Rostov, much has been done here. Your benefactors, the Eldori, invested a great deal of resources in rebuilding the city. I stand ready to answer your questions and to show you around the most important sites. My question is, where will I get a drink or 3? It's time to toast my victory. I'll make sure to show you. What the hell is that? The moment we enter the city, the tavern was the first business to open. Building a city is thirsty work, and I beg your forgiveness for my behavior during your reception. I drank a little too much. It's a day of celebration. Where are my companions? They are all somewhere around here, but I never kept an eye on who went where exactly. Well, I assume Tristan is with Jad, and you can always find Lizzie. Just follow the nose of turmoil. Is there any citizens I should know about? Our old acquaintance Jad is right here. Erstil's cleric normally don't like cities much, but he's eager to serve you. Also, the emissary from Brevoy is here, waiting for you in the throne. There's also this curious matter. An elf has paid us a visit. A blind elf, Desna. Only knows how he managed to get here. He seems a peaceful, even pleasant fellow, though naturally a little odd, so I let him stay a while. It's up to you to decide to do with him now. That's about it, I guess. What's the mood of the people here? I must admit, I've never seen anything like this my whole life. A city, a whole barony, born right in front of my eyes. The people sense the moment, and today we're feeling proud. As a rule, I'm not too cheerful or chatty. I normally feel out of place among all rejoicing, but today is just one of those days. Ready to look around the city. Follow me, your grace. Greetings, your grace. We are well your new subjects. We select the site to build our house. Welcome to 20 minutes of walking. Really? It's wet near the lake and windy up here on the hill. A fine place to throw garbage at your neighbors' heads, though. Ouch. Good thing that you got rid of those monsters and bandits, Your Grace. Oh, one second. Sorry. The cat got caught in the wires. The heart of the town is Main Square. We plan to hold street festivals and fairs here. Look, we already have our first vendor. No, my cats are hungry. They want me to go feed them. But they got 18 minutes, which by what you said 20-minute walkthrough would be by the time this walkthrough is done. I gotta go feed them. Turns to the right from the square. Okay. Everything will be blessed by the cliff himself. I swear, the lady who owns it is gem. I've heard a baron is tall, like his troll. Pure gold and can breathe fire. It's probably not 20 minutes, but it's long and arduous. Yeah, I agree. Oh, hey, wow. Is that our statue in the middle of the town? I gotta thank the person who decided to put that up. That's a little exotic. I didn't realize our town was so revealing. Just saying. Here's an upstream platform. I hope everyone's a capital will glow along. We won't be able to see to its fullest extent from the perch. The building in front of us is your residence. That's where we'll head now. Welcome your barony. I got a portrait pack of Wrath and among the 90% nude. Fair enough. You're about to make an unyielding stolen lands a prosperous kingdom. There's a long, arduous road ahead of you. You and your advisors are going to deal with matters of national importance. Found and build upon settlements, seize and develop new regions, solve pressing problems, and take advantage of good opportunities. A prosperous governor will be handsomely rewarded with support and donations from their subjects, promising allies in other states, wealth from their treasury, and many other things. Good luck on your ruling, Baron. So, now you reach the main chambers. This is the throne room, where you'll hold court and receive visitors. Let me draw your attention to the large map depicted on the barony and its surroundings. We'll mark all the important scout reports and other news worthy of your Grace's attention. It's good to see you, Your Grace. Let's dispense with the formalities and get straight to business. As emissary of the loyal house of Sertova, I am here to offer you advice and make sure you don't do anything reckless. I hope my experience in diplomacy and policy will be some of aid, and you make your first steps as a ruler of the barony. What the hell is that? Oh, barony effects: community +6, loyalty +6, military +3, yada yada yada. New event: trade agreement with Sertova. As Vaki's offer: pillage the Temple of the Elk. Rebuild the Temple of the Elk. Research into the nature of curses. Devik Nettle. Yay! Difficulty level of your barony. You may change the difficulty level of your barony at any time or set it to automatic. If set to automatic, you won't have to deal with most governing decisions. They will be taken care of automatically, and your barony will never fail. However, this will also prevent you from unlocking any government-related achievements. Well, I don't want to do that. The main thing you should know is that the Baron can solve some of the problems by giving orders to their respective representatives and advisors, but there are some things you simply can't delegate. Issues of such importance, such as complicated court hearings and serious threats to security, will demand your personal presence at the capital. Information about these kinds of events will always appear on the map. Remember that you should visit the capital personally at the beginning of each month. By tradition, Brevoy is the most of the river kingdoms. It is then the rulers address the most important issue and receive visitors. Today you should choose candidates for the highest positions of barony. It is not my place to offer my own thoughts in this. Your cleric Jade and Tristan were the first to ask for an audience. I shall leave you to your capable judgment. Be wise, and your rule shall be long and fruitful. Your Grace, allow me to congratulate you on receiving the title Baron. I am confident that you will be able to bring order to these troubled lands. Though to be honest, that isn't exactly what we wanted to speak to you about. Tristian and I have been talking a great deal about what happened at the Temple of the Elk. It doesn't all make sense to us yet, but one thing is clear. There's a powerful curse at work. It corrupted the very essence of the sacred place, steeping it with putulence. Ugh, I am disgusted with whoever could do this. And now there's a new woe. Tristian and I believe the curse did not simply disperse of its own accord. There is a place near the capital rumored by the locals to be cursed. Tristian and I visited a dreadful place, and we felt the same putrescence as the Temple of the Elk. What is this place? Where is it? There is a bold hilltop not far from here, to the north of the capital. Its crown is entirely barren of life. The locals believe the ritual glorifying the dark gods were held there. Back in the ancient times, there is no longer any trace of such rituals, but the air around the hilltop is very heavy to the point of stifling. The place is like rotten wood, a rotting wound, closed but not healed. And this wound is undoubtedly open again. Tristian and I felt something approaching, something ominous. The curse will soon return to plague us once more, I swear. I will go there as soon as I'm able. I would be happy to accompany you, but I would not expect to see anything new there at present. I agree. We both have been to this hilltop. It's barren, but filled with dense atmosphere and unease. What are your suggestions? The curse will grow in strength, and we predict it will reach the peak of its strength in about a month. That's when we should visit the... Okay, so in a month's time. Now we can only wait and prepare. I beg your pardon, Your Grace, for intervening on your getting a grasp of barony. I'm sure you could even more pressing matters. That's fine.
Right, higher.
Oh god. The barony has 10 basic stats, each supervised by an advisor. They are as follows: population, loyalty, military, economy, divine, relations, stability, magic, culture, and espionage. Stats increase in your governance is successful and decreases if events don't end well, or other negative factors are placed in your way. Don't let your barony stats drop to 0 or lower. This will cause your subjects to riot and your state to begin to crumble. Each state has certain milestones or ranks within them. Every 20 points in a stat will increase your rank. Rank 1 unlocks a corresponding advisor position for that stat. Further development on the stat and upgrades to its ranks will be possible only if you have an advisor in the relevant position. Governing your barony will require one advisor for each stat. You may appoint your companions as well as some of the Stolen Land citizens into these advisory positions. Each of the 10 positions has at least 3 characters who are qualified to hold it. Not all these characters will be willing to serve you right away. Some of them will need to be convinced. Appointing others will require completing an assignment for them or rendering them some other service. Every advisor acts on their own ideology. They have their own opinions and everything that happens in your domain. Therefore, you may wait to select characters whose governance philosophy is consistent with your own. Open the advisory tab on the right side of the screen. Click an empty slot and select a character to appoint them as an advisor. Every Baron stat gains a bonus from a specific ability of the appointed advisor. The exact size of the bonus is indicated in the upper right corner of the advisor's card. Only advisors may address the problem, opportunities, and sudden events that occur in your domain and require immediate attention. Don't leave these positions vacant. No. I was gonna name it my guild back in the EverQuest days. House Rothan Daloth, but I'm not gonna do that. Yeah, you know what? I'll just call it Rothan Daloth. The Allen lands, 2 L's. Yeah, no. I'll just call it Rothan Daloth. Or no. This okay. Choose the name of your barony. Kingdom of Rothan Daloth. No. Oh goodness. Sounds good. No, what it means is House of Slaves. It's actually Drow. And because my primary character is Tyrdell, or Dark Elf, be it in EverQuest or in Dungeon and Dragons. So the Thork has always been a Dark Elf, but in this game I can't play a Dark Elf, so I'm playing an elf with just like dark toned skin. And yeah, it's House of Slaves, which would really piss off Octavia and Gonagar. So let's think of something different. I don't know. Name of the barony cannot be changed. So choose a name for your barony. Victorious. There we go. Yeah, but they are just NPCs. I know. Click the capital icon to open the settlement map. Here are stats. Here we go. Okay. Tuskdale. Okay, so projects, economy, training, curse, other regions, advisors. Okay. I've already got 12 cards. Interesting. Okay, regent. The regent ensures subjects' complaints and concerns are heard by the ruler and serves as a link to between the baron and the people. Octavia always strives to solve problems peacefully. Valerie strives to follow the letter of the law. Check all first. What do you mean? Like go to the projects? If there's any that only one option, you should do them first. Oh, for the advisors? So like this has to, there's nobody here for treasury. I'm still the only character that can do it. So 2 there. 2 there. So all of them have 2 except for treasury. Unless you're talking about these. So like research into the nature of curses. Davik Nettle. Yeah, I'm talking about the, oh, you were talking about the advisors. Okay, yeah. Okay, so High Priest. Aaron favors unusual but effective solutions. Jod does his best to solve problems without disrupting the local traditions. Let's do that. Okay, General. Gregor is hot-headed and direct. Amiri favors direct approach. They're both +4. So I like Amiri, but Reganagar has been a slave, and I have his direct loyalty, and I know he's direct, but he means well. I'm gonna go with Reganagar. Counselor. Tristan cares about the people over all other concerns. Chandra aims to make a profit while following the letter of the law. She's +4, he's +3. Go with Chandra Murphy for now. I'm assuming I could change them later on. Yeah, okay. And then here, Octavia always likes to strives to solve a problem peacefully. Valerie follows the letter of the law. Well, we're starting off, and I'm thinking we want to not necessarily, because I'm chaotic neutral. For me, it wouldn't be a legal issue in my reign. It would be more of serving the people. So region. Declare the outskirts as part of your kingdom. Choose an advisor to handle this event. Advisors will act accordingly to their position in governance, believing alignment. Choose wisely. Okay. Start the claim. You may claim new regions to expand your territory. Open the region tab on the right side of the screen and select the relevant project at the bottom of the screen. Claiming a region will allow you to significantly increase your barony stats and found settlements in the new lands. One of your barony stats has increased to 20 points. It's time for you to increase its rank. First, meet with your advisor to discuss the future of the stat. To do so, return to your capital and click the button appropriate event card of the throne room. Whenever you choose make, remember your advisor may disapprove. If the current advisor decides that you argue too much, they will quit forever. After you talk to your advisor and make a decision, new kingdom project will become available that will increase a stat rank. You can find it at the bottom center of the screen of the projects tab. It will take you and your advisor 14 days to complete the project. Time will be automatically sped up until the project has been completed. Okay. Declare the outskirts of your kingdom. Your barony has expanded, now included in the outskirts. Okay, cool. Nice. Okay, I gotta go AFK for 2 minutes. I gotta go feed the cats. And I will be right back. I'm just gonna put on the be right back screen. Okay, I'm back. And thank you so much for the follow, Karanovi. Sorry. Carnival. TNT. Where did I get Karanovi from? I have no idea. But I love the name. It's an Aussie rock band. Oh, okay, cool. That's awesome. I'll have to look them up. I used to play Aussie rules football. Footy. Did that back in 2006 and 2007. Played on a team called Central Blues. You need to talk to one of your advisors to address important matters in your barony. To do that, you'd have to close the barony management screen and go back to the throne room. You're from Sydney. Oh, okay. Oh, you don't watch the AFL? Honestly, neither. I don't watch it that often anymore. I used to. One of the reasons why I joined the team was because a good friend of mine started up the Central Blues and he needed members. So it was, I was helping him out by offering a body. I was from Sydney. Oh, okay. I live in NSW Snowy Mountains right now. Oh, really? Okay. Let's look at events. Happy birthday to you, Baron. The Baron's birthday is a special date for the young nation, and it's thanks for him that we had this opportunity to claim stolen lands, establish a new country in Galarian. Today is the day to forget about the troubles and blah blah blah. Without a doubt, this will be the first feast of life. Okay. So the celebrations were spectacular. Everyone participated in the revelries, from the pheasants to the Baron's entourage. Cool. An advisor wants to discuss an urgent matter concerning the barony's future. Arrow seems to be worried and wants to discuss something. Some half-orcs, or some half-elf training fabric in the capital discovered a loophole in the law, which made it possible to avoid paying most taxes. The news spread quickly through the Merchants Guild. Measures should be taken immediately, or the treasury will take a loss. Crisis points. Projects. Fair enough. That's where I play, but I don't enjoy watching. This is my issue with the kingdom stuff. You just go back. Yeah, I'm noticing that. Research the nature of the curses. Sure. How many of these projects can I have going at one time? Rebuild, restoration in the Elfos for glory. Oh, but he's on a mission. Oh, how many days do I have to do this? Requires 60 days. Project cost is 100. Plunder plus 150 BP. Grants future restoration of the temple. Oh, so you can either plunder it or you can restore it. Pretty much how many BP you have is how you can do it. Oh, okay. Is an Vanky's offer. Is Vanky, High Priest of the Estriel, has a strong interest in spreading the stag god's faith across the region. He is eager to build a shrine dedicated to Estriel on your land, but at least so expense. Accept his offer if you wish to gain a useful ally in the place worship. My only one guy to do it is not available. Our merchants will receive the rights to establish sizable trading posts of the heart of New Stetsvin. Each city in the barony gains plus 5 BP per week, plus 2 BP for each town, and 1 BP for each village. Choose an advisor to handle this event. Octavia. She's all about community. Oh, treasury. Oh, I don't have a treasury. That's why. Because we don't have somebody there. I get it. I get it. Okay. What's the economy, training, curses, and other region has been completed. Advisories are done. Map is set. Okay, I guess we go in. Your Grace, please spare me a moment for your time. As you know, am I supposed to be here? Words are spoken when you were absent, and I must say, what I have heard lately does not bring me peace. People are suspicious of their new Baron, but I know how to solve this problem. I took the liberty of compositing a list of wealthiest and most influential merchants in the region. All is required is you to hold a lavish dinner to show them how generously their support is rewarded. This would draw heavily from the treasury, but I'm sure they would appreciate the gesture of your noble intention. Of course, you could use the dinner money instead to entertain your peasants, but I wouldn't recommend it. The whims of the crowd change with the wind. They will forget your generosity after the first bad harvest. It's true. I don't care to arrange anything we can do without festivities or gain 20. Common people, I want to know that I hold them closest to my heart. We will hold luxurious dinner party. The merchants that support our wealthiest citizens is essential. We'll do peasants. Barony F5 economy +2. Okay. I heard nothing of it is important, but well. I heard that the ancient trade road built by the dwarves of the Five Kings Mountains runs through these lands. I don't know what happened to them or where they went. Unforgiving time spares no one, but the road itself is still there, and possibly not only the road. Well, Thork, I have a request. If you would find any dwarven ruins in the area, I'd like to see them with my own eyes. Of course, Harem. If I find any dwarven ruins, I'll take you them. Thank you. Jod, your grace, I was at Oleg's trading post recently, and I noticed that old Bakken was standing there, bored to death and with nothing to do. This is most unfortunate. After all, the old grumbler is a very knowledgeable alchemist. However, he has no use for his skills, since the locals mean nothing more than just simplest of healing potions. And then it struck me, why don't you hire him as your court alchemist? His decoctions and tinctures would be certainly prove useful to you. I can agree to that. Press the barony manager screen, click on the table before you're thrown. Okay. Back to the table. Start a rank up project. The advisor and the Baron will spend 14 days on a special project to increase the rank of respective stat. You can find one such project under the projects tab, assign an advisor, and start the project to increase the rank of the stat. The Baron granted advisor and audience to discuss the matter at his hand. Loyalty +1. Okay. Aram has a project request. Supporting accounts for endeavors. She's on expedition, rank up. She's not available. Spend 2 weeks resolving loyalty citizens of Baron. So she's busy. Does this tell me what she's doing? Yeah, she's doing trade taxes. Okay, well, so she'll be away for 14 days. Okay. Even though she's right here. Remember? Okay, thank you for your speak.
In due time.
Okay, what time is it? Okay. Well, I hate to do this, but it is now 10:15 p.m. EST. We've been streaming for 4 hours and 20 minutes. It is time for me to log off. It's a school night for me, so I do have to get up early in the morning and get ready for work and such. But I do thank everybody for coming out and, you know, continuing this adventure with me. I want to thank you for the new follows that we received today. And I hope you have yourselves a wonderful morning, daytime, evening, wherever you are. And I hope to see you again tomorrow because, well, we're doing it again. And yes, Carnival TNT gave me some good advice. I will be looking into the mic issues. Hopefully I'll get that resolved for tomorrow's stream. But I do look forward to, I guess, reading you a story. No, I mean, let's play this adventure and see where I take it as a chaotic neutral character, because I am extremely looking forward to seeing what this game has to offer. And we're already 21 hours in. So have a good time. Look forward to seeing you again tomorrow. Take care and stay well. Bye-bye.